I won totally 74 million votes. That is a winning number. Nobody ever won more votes than me, apart from Joe Biden, who won 79 million votes. 79 million is a bigger number than 74 million.
Don't be rude.
It's true. But we just want President Trump. Are those people still outside the White House? We didn't come this far for nothing. Oh, this year just keeps giving and giving, doesn't it? Priti Patel, by the way, is completely innocent of all charges, despite being found totally guilty of all charges. But Boris Johnson read the report and said, no, nothing to say here. He has been totally informed.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know. Britain is getting its first proper taste of winter, with the temperatures plunging towards zero and snow and floods on the way.
Oh, no.
Gritter lorries were spreading salt and sand in Scotland this week, with the Met Office insisting that snowstorms are possible at lower levels in northern England. And as the mercury plummets towards freezing point, police are urging drivers to take care. They don't know us very well, do they? I would advise you to speed up and tailgate the car in front and undertake on a roundabout if they're taking too long, and lean on your horn if anyone in front is doing less than 50 in a 20 zone. Of course, if you are in a hatchback, you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Weather forecasters say sleet and hail will batter Britain for the rest. Can sleet batter? I don't think so. Lows of 1 centigrade. Whatever that means. Met Office forecaster Alex said it's turned much colder over the last few days. Yeah, we know that. On Saturday, showers, wind, sunny spells in the north, drizzle elsewhere, dry in the east. Sunday to Tuesday, mainly dry and bright in the south, rain in the northwest. Aha! I think we know where that is. One moment while I check. Oh my God. Well, let's see. In Glasgow, raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday. And now, wait a minute. You get a whole day of no rain next Wednesday. Can you believe that?
No.
And then raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining next Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and every day for the rest of your lives. Never mind, eh? You're used to it. You can dry out on Wednesday. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast from now until Christmas week?
No.
Blustery, heavy showers. This is up to the first week in December. It's almost December. God. This year is... I'm not completely satisfied with this year. I'd like a refund. It's almost over already. I'm sure that 2021 is going to be just super. But then we thought that 2020 was going to be great. You remember? You remember back that far? I vividly recall on air. And I've mentioned it frequently since in a state of, stunned amazement, really. That 2020, it just seems so positive. 20 is a good and auspicious number, especially for the Chinese. China. It's China what did it to us. They said that 20 was an auspicious number. Only good things can happen around the number 20, said China. And so we put 2 20s in a row and we thought, wow, what could possibly go wrong? Everything, apparently. All China's fault. So anyway, from now until the first week in December, blustery heavy showers followed by rainfall. Showers followed by rain. Ugh. And blustery showers followed by rainfall and winds. It sounds like the same to me. You won't be able to tell the difference. That's for the north and the west, by the way. Blustery heavy showers followed by rainfall and strengthening winds is for the north and the west. We know where that is. Elsewhere, on the other hand, the weather is likely to become more settled, but colder, with a risk of frosts and fog in the morning. At the start of December, more unsettled, rain, strong winds, feeling cold. Blimey, it'll be like winter out there. And then until the 19th of December, they can't apparently see that far ahead. It's science. This show, by the way, is going at the speed of science. That's how they're going to roll the vaccine out. At the speed of science. How fast is that? Nobody has any idea. Until 19th of December, a mixture of rainy days and days with sunshine and showers. The northwest expected to receive most of the rain, but I don't think we need telling that. The south of the UK is expected to see the driest and the brightest of the weather becoming more settled. Temperatures close to or below average, with an increasing chance of wintry precipitation. Wintry precipitation? At Christmas? We'll take it! Meanwhile, Christmas has been cancelled because of, you know what, the invisible thing. And Christmas has especially been cancelled at Sainsbury's. The stuff that happened this week, I mean, good bloomin' grief. Sainsbury's has stepped in to defend his Christmas advert after it was heavily criticised online for featuring a black family, with shoppers even threatening to boycott the supermarket. I mean, come on. Did black people threaten to boycott any supermarket or other business because it showed exclusively white people in their adverts for the past 70 years?
No.
Not that I recall. On Saturday, the supermarket giant released the first part of its 3-part festive ad. Isn't it exciting?
No.
I'm amazed that anybody actually sees any ads on TV anymore. Does anybody actually watch ads on television anymore? I think it's just my mum, who flat out refuses to watch anything taped. Must be live. I've explained over and over again, you don't watch live shows because of the bloomin' adverts. Will she listen to me?
No.
No. I can't remember the last time I saw an advert on TV. You just zip through them at 30 times normal speed. They just go by in a blur. But anyway, I suppose some people are watching them. Companies, I think you're wasting your money on television advertising. Advertise on the radio. People love sitting through ads on the radio.
Correct.
On Saturday, the supermarket giant released the first part of its 3-part festive ad, with all 3 centred around meals that stir up memories of home and family. The first, called Gravy Song, features a father and daughter on the phone as they discuss the dad's famous gravy, which he makes every year for Christmas. What, just once a year? That's not really trying, is it? How about once a week, on Sundays, would be a good idea. I'm going to boycott Sainsbury's because that is a lazy father. As the father and daughter chat, a montage of Christmas memories is shown on screen, showing them cuddling on the sofa, family members opening presents, and the dad joining in with his daughters as they dance in their kitchen. And people on the internet said,
Disgusting.
They did. Can you believe it? It also depicts the dad making his signature gravy, prompting him to start singing his gravy song in the most cringeworthy yet lovable dad-like manner possible. It says here in the Super Soaraway Metro newspaper. You know the song, don't you? Exactly. The trouble for these fury mongers online is that this family just happens to be black. They screamed, "There's black people on my television." These are the people, by the way, the very same people who are yelling about this, who clog up the internet with furious comments about blooming snowflake kids. You can't take anything, can you? It's just free speech. Kill 'em all. Since it was first aired, the advert has received a wave of fury online, with some slamming the commercial for, quotes, not representing them. Others said they were boycotting Sainsbury's because of their advert. One shopper tweeted, "Isn't the UK supposed to be all about diversity and inclusion?" That's not two dance bands who appear on the Britain's Not Got Any Talent. Even though they're capitalised. Isn't the UK supposed to be all about diversity and inclusion? But the D and the I are capitalised as though they're bands or, you know, like a thing. But they ain't. Anyway, isn't the UK supposed to be about diversity and inclusion? Don't see any of that here. Virtual signalling, if ever I've seen it. Close. Oh, so very close. Virtual signalling. I mean, these are the kind of people that would vote for Donald Trump.
I love the poorly educated.
Exactly. I mean, it is literally diversity and inclusion. Can these people actually hear themselves? It's not diversity if the ads on TV only feature people who look like you. That's the opposite of diversity. I mean, unless they wanted the ad to feature every single race that lives in the country, unless that's what they're complaining about. Which would be impossible. It's only on for 30 seconds, and it's not a Benetton advert. People tweeted, another reason to boycott Sainsbury's. Another tweeted, disgraceful, disgusting, shocking. Well, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, if you see this advert, and as I say, I haven't seen it on TV. I don't watch ads on TV. I had to look it up on the World Wide Web. I mean, a more benign 30 seconds you'll never spend. To get aggravated about that just pushes it. I don't know what to say anymore. People, I'm very disappointed with people. People tweeted another reason to boycott Sainsbury's. Defending their festive ad, a spokesperson for Sainsbury's explained that their supermarket is for, quotes, everyone, and they wanted their advertising to reflect that. I mean, the irony is that this is an ad for Jesus' birthday. Ask yourself, what would Jesus do? Would he spread love, or would he hunch over his computer keyboard and try to start a boycott of a shop because it showed some people with coloured skin on television? I mean, what colour skin do you think Jesus had? Here's a clue. He wasn't that blonde-haired, light-skinned surfer dude that he's pictured in religious paintings. He was probably the opposite of that. Last month, Lawrence Fox, that guy, Lawrence Fox revealed that he was going to boycott Sainsbury's after the supermarket tweeted its support for Black History Month. You know, I think that without any inside information whatsoever, I would imagine that Jesus would be for whatever Lawrence Fox is against. That's just a guess on my part. It's my religious belief. You're not criticising me for my religious belief, are you? Oh, well, thank God for that. CAG's texts. Nick, remember you kept saying that there would be no vaccine? You were, in fact, incorrect. I never once said there would be no vaccine. I said don't rely on it. I did, in fact, say that it probably won't be coming anytime soon. And unless, CAGs, you are on the brink of death, it won't be coming your way anytime soon. But I'll talk about that in a while. Bromley, hello, Joe.
Good evening.
Joe.
I think this is a sign of the times, Nick, don't you think?
Sign of the times.
Yeah, you've got white people up in arms about the fact that there's a black family enjoying Christmas.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I don't know, you know, yeah, God forbid, you know. And it's true what you say. I think these are the kind of people that vote for Trump. I think the world's going crazy. I mean, if you break it down into like the age groups, you have the guys who grew up in the 50s and 60s, you know, who, you know, God forbid you believe the propaganda, who now believe any little bit of propaganda that's thrown in front of them. I
don't think the world is changing. I don't think it's going mad. I think that people have just recently had they felt the freedom to start expressing again the thoughts that have been bottled up for the past 20 years. Ever since Ben Elton walked on stage in a shiny suit and talked about a bit of politics, and comedians were ushered off the screen. People like Bernard Manning and all that, and it became politically incorrect to say certain things out loud. People didn't stop thinking them; they just didn't feel comfortable saying them. Well, they feel comfortable saying them now.
I mean, again, that is one of the problems. I think, you know, when there was I remember growing up in the 90s when, you know, race wasn't, you know, there was racism. I'm not saying there wasn't racism because I grew up in the 90s, so I don't need to say anymore in South East London. So, you know, it's always been tough, but now people are frustrated with, you know, the political elite that are running the country. And like with the Nazis, like with all the past genocides and, you know, the people turning on each other, it's the higher ups telling the lower downs that the other lower down is to blame. And it just goes to show, right, you know...
That was a disturbing route around to last point. I'm
sorry,
like,
but I didn't know
where are we going with this?
Warning!
I didn't know what else I didn't know how else to say it.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean?
It's always politically expedient to blame or to try to instill in the public that the problem with their lives is those below them on the ladder, which is false. It's those above them on the ladder that are the problem. Yes.
You had this guy who come out today with this bullying, Priti Patel bullying whole statement.
Yeah.
It goes to show again, it's like, you know, if you were to bully me, like, just look at what happened to this, what's the guy who done the chat show where the guy killed himself?
All right, well, let's not get into that.
But you see what I mean? If you was to get called out for your bullying, there would be steps taken.
I'd be out on my ear in about 10 seconds flat. Fortunately, I am practically perfect in every respect. Isn't that right, assistant?
Yes.
See? Don't you look at me. Anyway, I've got to go, Joe. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Don't you look at me. I saw that film just the other day again. It's one of my favourite films in the whole wide world ever. It's just great. And Frank, oh God, what's his name? Oh, who plays Frank in Blue Velvet?
Be polite!
That guy. Dennis Hopper. He was born to play that part. He is just great in that film. There's a lot of bullying in that film. Oh, you bet there is. Myro texts, Nick, did you hear about Ivanka's former friend saying that she once turned down a book recommendation as it was about poor people? About poor people. I don't think that she's a very nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Yeah, neither is Ivanka. They both deserve each other. They are like peas in a pod. In the weirdest possible way. What do you think about that, Melania?
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. 0345 6060 973. Here is East Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I am great, mate.
Good. How do you feel about your prediction about us following America about 3 weeks behind now coming true, in that Boris commissions a report, gets the report, and then declares fake news and uses alternative facts? But not only that, but the Labour Party have done the same thing. They get a supposedly neutral report in, which makes findings which their former leader then declares as fake news again.
What is the point? I think they spend money on inquiries just in the hope, perhaps, or expectation that they're going to come to the answer that they want. And if they do, then, of course, it will be entirely justified, and they couldn't agree more, and that's £50 million well spent. But if they don't, they just go, oh, well, you got that wrong, so we'll just dismiss it completely. What a colossal waste of time. I think the other reason that they instigate reports is that it gives them years of breathing room, so they can say, well, we can't say anything about that. Well, I'd love to answer those probing questions, but I can't say anything about that because I don't want to prejudice the report.
Why do you think he sat on it on his desk since July? Because this report came out in July, so why would he sit on it until now?
Gosh, I wonder. Yeah, it's a mystery, isn't it? No, not really. Maybe his current girlfriend told him to.
Just a quick point on Sainsbury's, though. The Sainsbury's ad, I think, might not have been such a sort of commercial good idea, because if this was one of the series where you have 3 white families featuring horseradish sauce and 3 Chinese families featuring salad cream and 3 Glaswegian alcoholic families featuring tomato sauce, they could actually have the entire nation boycotting them.
Yeah, that's right. Salad cream. All right, you can apologise now or later. It's your choice, Mike. I'd do it now.
I'll do it now.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I am sorry.
He's apologetic. Donald tweet, not that one, surely. Not that Donald. He's busy rage tweeting, I totally won that election. Everybody says so. Another Donald, perhaps, says, good point from Nick. How many black people have threatened to boycott Sainsbury's supermarkets while their television adverts featured almost exclusively white families for decades? It's just a talking point, tells you everything you need to know. That it's extraordinary to see black faces on television. It really it shocks some people to their core. Essentially what's on TV is you inviting that person into your room, which does make it extraordinary, really, considering what we like to watch on TV. I mean, I get the whole baking thing because I don't actually get the baking thing, but it's pleasant. It's like Antiques Roadshow. I love that show. It couldn't be more pleasant. It's got pleasant written through it like Blackpool Rock. But the stuff that we actually like, that we used to watch in the 20s of millions, is that misery fest that is Coronation Street or EastEnders. Ugly, whiny people shouting at each other from the very moment that funereal march stops. It's like that for 30 minutes. Why would you invite those people into your room? It's a mystery, but people do. But when the adverts come on, it's something you haven't actually selected to watch, and that's the shock. Not that it's a family enjoying Christmas, but it's a family of a colour that you weren't expecting, that you haven't experienced on your TV before. Which means that it's been a monoculture before. They're just dipping their toe in. One will pop up on the screen every now and again. A person who doesn't look, talk, walk and squawk exactly like you. Can you imagine? You imagine if it was a family with 2 mothers. Oh my God, they'd have thrown a brick through the TV just to make it stop. James in Swindon says, how can people say the Sainsbury's family doesn't represent them when they did not complain about the Aldi advert, which is represented by a family of carrots? Well, that's just offensive. Other vegetables are available. Why weren't they represented? Scott Mason says, one of my favourite things about England is that when we see a small slither of diversity, we get told that it's too much diversity. Amazing, says Scott. Yes, this is those are the people that keep on giving. This one says, an anonymous text, Trump takes the Biden fraud team to the Supreme Court on December the 14th for fixing the election with the Smartmatic vote-rigging software. The evidence is overwhelming. This time next month, you're going to look stupid. Well, that's okay, because right now, you look stupid. That guy with the leaking hair dye, he is demented lawyer-in-chief, Giuliani. He said on TV, how are these people not in jail right now? I mean, somebody should be carting them off in a van. He said, the Biden had a fraud team, and then shrugged his shoulders and says, what more do you need to know? Yeah, it wasn't a team that was put together. He didn't have a team that was called the fraud team in order to commit fraud. It was to fight it, you numpty. We just want President Trump. We didn't come this far for nothing. He lost the election. It's the first time in his entire life that Daddy hasn't been there to bail him out of his failure. That's the problem with Donny. He's a loser. And now it's really the first time that it's been so screamingly public. I mean, he's failed over and over and over again. And he's always been able to use the law as a weapon to bash people into submission, to bulldoze his way through, and to continue to get away with it again and again and again. But this time, there ain't no way out of it. And so what he's got left is riling up people like my anonymous texter there with false claims about the election being stolen, whereas he, in fact, did everything he could do to steal the election. It's always, what's the psychological term? Not reflection, but not transmission. What is it? What's
I know the word.
Yeah, it's I should know this. I've got a blooming degree in the subject.
Not refraction. No,
not refraction. No, that's
diversion.
That's
diversion.
Diversion is close.
Tactics.
But anyway, we'll go with that. It's diversionary tactics. Accuse the other side of that which you are guilty, and he does that over and over and over again. Practically, his entire life has been that, and it's precisely what he does. And now you've got people in the streets, the Green Tooth Brigade, who are the ones with all the guns. And that's what he wants. He wants to actually start, if not World War III. He was talked out of that just the other day. Talked out of bombing a nuclear facility in Iran. Thank God there's at least one or two adults in the room. Managed to pull him down from climbing the curtains. But if not World War III, then it will be a civil war. While, by the way, punting for cash. I mean, I suspect that is actually what this is. It's another grift. It's just another con. He's the world's most successful con man. I'll give him that. He's the world's most successful con man.
Don't be rude.
And that's what this is about. He's punting for money. Sending emails to his millions of cult fans and asking for money, honey. We must fight this stealing the election. Send me your cash straight away. That's what this is about. And then you got the mouth-breathing knuckle-draggers like that guy who just believes everything that he says. It's about to get much worse, by the way. I mean, people like that, they get all their news from Donald Trump's Twitter feed or from watching Fox News or on their little demented, furious, purple little Facebook pages. It's about to get much worse because now the lunatic right are starting up their own social media sites, like this Parler thing, which I can smell the stink from here. We're triple glazed and I can still smell it through that glass. And in those sites, they will never hear a contrary word to this demented universe that they're building for themselves. The human race is screwed. It really is. Watch a film called Idiocracy. I mention this a lot. I mean, it's not a brilliant film. It's not one of the best films ever made, but it is pretty funny if you're in the right frame of mind. By which I mean
booze
helps. It used to be a comedy about some dystopian future where the stupids outbred the smarts such that the human race became overwhelmingly idiotic, with all of the consequences that ensued. And like I said, it used to be just a comedy about the future. Now it's a documentary about the present. And I wonder what happened in the meantime to make that occur.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
That's right. Andrew Niall texts deflection, no. John in Barking says transference, yeah, we're close. And Andrew in Chelsea says projection. Correct, Amundo. you win a major prize. Major prize is not available. Angry Panini tweets. Angry Panini says Rudy Giuliani is the most profound downward spiral in the 21st century. Wow, that sounds really great. I've got no idea what that means. The most profound downward spiral in the 21st century. Does that make sense?
No.
He says, from being the bastion of strength in New York after 9/11 to a leaking mad zombie who literally got caught with his hands down his trousers defending an orange crook. Well, you make a good point. I thought he was adjusting his vest. But he is the one that Donald Trump chose as his personal lawyer. I would imagine because he's free. And then we got that jabbering woman who's just stepped into the limelight, who looks like the kind of woman that Fox News stamps out of a plastic mold, just backstage. What a piece of work. James in Swindon says, how can people say that Sainsbury's is a family... No, the carrots thing. I read that one already. I am way ahead. Look at me. I'm a good boy. I am. 0345. And then there was the Pogues thing. God. You know, for people that throw around the insult snowflakes, the right wing are so snowflakey. They are snow-flaky. They get upset about everything, while whining that to those who don't wish to offend are the actual snowflakes, and they should man up and, all this other nonsense. I don't think that they can actually hear themselves. They're only on send. What is this? Your question is fundamentally flawed when you're asking where's the evidence. You clearly don't understand the legal process, says Jenna Ellis. That's that piece of work that Donald Trump has got as his backup lawyer. in case Rudy Giuliani actually melts under the heat of the lights. He does look like he's melting. He actually looks like he's been brought back from the dead. He looks like he should be in he's a member of the Addams family. Your question is fundamentally flawed, said Jenna Ellis. When you're asking where's the evidence, you clearly don't understand the legal process, which is, of course, all about the evidence. She's probably free too. I'd say that she's worth every penny. Caroline texts, Nick, that Rudy Giuliani is like one of the mafia. Carolyn. Oh, Carolyn, right. It's Carolyn texts and she's written her name at the end. Yes, well, they speak like they're in the mafia. He was dribbling on about My Cousin Vinny the other day. You don't have to recall mafia films, Rudy. That's how you and your boss talk. It's all about rats and getting back at people and I can't think of any other phrases off the top of my head, but they do speak like sort of second division mafia types. This one says, please stop picking on internet trolls. Apparently, if they are too stupid to realise they are bullies, they have done nothing wrong. That's right. That's right. If they're too stupid to realise that they're bullies, then they get a pass. Nothing to see here. And Phil says, did you see the furore about Radio 1 refusing to play an unedited version of Fairy Tale of New York? Oh my God, that was the other thing this week. The right wing of a certain type, usually old men, are so... It's just comical that they throw around accusations of snowflakery to kids. They can't stand any opposing opinion. A bloke in The Spectator wrote about this. I can't believe it's a thing. I mean, really. As he said, the annual blizzard of snowflakery, see? over McGowan's lyrical masterpiece has been started by the BBC, which has announced that Radio 1 will play a censored version of Fairy Tale of New York.
Oh,
no. He says, every single year the storm over the greatest Christmas song of all time gets more ridiculous. Not the greatest Christmas song of all time. Way out. Merry Christmas Baby by Elvis is the greatest Christmas song of all time. If you haven't heard it, it's also the greatest Elvis song of all time.
Rock and roll!
It's about a 6-minute long blues thing. It is great. Merry Christmas, baby. And then there's White Christmas by Bing and Christmas Wrapping by Waitresses. And so here it is, Merry Christmas by Slade. Fairy Tale of New York. My Eye. He says... the lyrics, you scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy, something that rhymes with maggot. Christmas, your very bad word beginning with A and ending in rs. And I pray God it's our last. Those words are sung by the late, great Christy McCall and their stirring duet. McCall and McGowan play the parts of Irish immigrants in New York whose dreams have been crushed by folly, drink and drugs. They reminisce, they argue, and then they make up. How dare the suits and pen pushers at the BBC meddle with such poetry, says this bloke in The Spectator. I would have thought they'd have had better things to write about, more important things, more important issues to consider. Apparently not. How dare they meddle with such poetry? It's a pop song. Why, who do they think they are, he says. They aren't fit to lace Shane McGowan's boots. In other news... the actual Pogues agree with the censoring of those lyrics. I mean, you couldn't make that up, could you? Somebody's trying to defend a band, and the band say, please, stop defending us. The band themselves have accepted that it's a necessary change, retweeting articles about the updated track, as well as from commentators explaining why the lyrics are problematic. A journalist called Harrison Block wrote, "This is all I'm going to say on it for a whole year. The word itself, being in Fairy Tale of New York, doesn't bother or offend me, but straight people being so angry and outraged at its removal and literally fighting and arguing for the right to sing it bothers me deeply. In a nutshell, correct Amundo." The band retweeted that and wrote this, indicating that they are in agreement. I mean, it is peak 2020, this. It really is. Old people are furious that they can't hear a song that they don't like enough to buy on a station that they don't listen to. I think that's it. It doesn't get any better than that, does it? If they'd bought the song, they could listen to it any time they liked. But they didn't like it enough to buy it. But they're furious anyway. It's like Pavlov's dogs. Tell somebody that it might be offensive to say something, and they'll start screaming about snowflakes, apparently completely unaware that they are themselves exhibiting the most snowflakey behaviour. I just don't think they can hear themselves. They're just bellowing so loudly that they can't actually hear themselves. Simon in Windsor says, "You are wrong, 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 wrong." I don't think so.
No, 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 no.
He says, "The best Christmas song ever is All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey." You're just embarrassing yourself now, Simon. This one says, no, done that. Phil says, I've just done that. Oliver says, "Did you see Rudy Giuliani thawing right in front of our eyes the other day?" Yeah, he's not the other one. He's not the only one who colours his hair. I don't know what it is that Donald Trump squirts on his hair, but he forgot to do it. He was so upset at having lost the election that he forgot to put all that stuff in his hair, and he came out with it white. And I think he also forgot to go through that, I don't know what it is that how he gets that colour put in his face, it's not natural, and we can see that because you can see the line. But he forgot all of that, and he actually looked about 10 years younger and slimmer. So that's a lesson to you, Donnie.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't. Here's one in Soho. Hello, Joy.
Yeah, hi.
Joy.
Easy. Yeah, one thing I take offence by is that you have this massive attack.
Massive attack?
Yes, you do, on Rudy Giuliani.
Massive attack, yeah. One of my favourites. Yeah, Massive Attack. Excellent band.
No, the point is, I think the thing is that you're actually incredibly disrespectful to that person. Well, don't laugh, because the thing is...
But I am laughing. Yes.
It's kind of cheap, really, because if you go back in history, i.e. 20 years...
History? Do we have to?
Yes, you do have to.
History?
Boring.
Go on. History, yes.
I know that you are a serious journalist, if you want to be.
Well, I'm not.
Well, you are.
Well, I'm not.
If you go back, I've heard you, and you are.
But I'm not.
And if you go back in time, that is the person who not only was the force of good and led Americans out of 9/11, he also encouraged people in the rest of the Western world to be led out of what was a truly horrific situation.
Oh, please, do me a favour. No, he didn't.
Yes, he actually did.
Well, he actually didn't. I bet nobody in this country had even heard of Rudy Giuliani. What are you talking about? He led the world out of this tragic situation. I think you'll find that was George W. Bush.
Absolutely.
No, it was not. It absolutely wasn't. No, it wasn't. George W. Bush was the person who was the warmonger, and Giuliani was the person that led them out of that warmongering.
What's his name again?
You know that that's true.
I don't know that that's true.
Yes, you do, Nick.
No, but I don't.
You can just cut me off.
Okay, thanks. 0345 6060 973. Well, that's just polite.
Be polite.
Thanks for the invite. I don't mind if I do. He was unaccountably. I think we'd have to go back and re-examine the case because we were all a bit beaten up at the time. But he was the mayor of New York when 9/11 happened. And he was given some credit at the time for bringing people together. It's hard to believe that it's the same man. But whatever it is that was good about him then has disappeared. It's drained out of him like the colour of his hair. Steve texts, Nick, election lost. 4 Seasons landscaping. I still can't get over that. That has to be the best moment of the year so far. Have we got to the bottom of that yet? Do we actually know what happened? They must have said, without checking with anybody, we're going to have a very, very important news conference. Let's have it in, what's the best hotel in town? The Four Seasons. Let's do it there. And then they released that information, and then they called up the Four Seasons, and they said, you know what? That's okay. No. And furthermore...
No.
No, I don't know that that's what happened, but this is the story I'm making up. This is my best guess. So the Four Seasons said, nah, not really. And so then they scrambled around to try to save face, and they thought, oh, blimey. Well, the President... first place, and then and the rest is history. Like that nice lady that was talking to me just before the news. She wanted to go back into history.
Boring.
Ugh, do we have to? I'd rather do double geography than history. Just a bunch of names and dates. I haven't got the mind for it. Anyway, he says, have I got to the end of this tweet yet? Not yet. Nick, election lost. Four Seasons landscaping lost. Legal action, lost. Georgia recount, lost. I think I've got that in the right order. Do I get extra points?
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Yeah, he wants a recount so he can re-lose. Ain't that right, Donny?
Oh, shut up!
Oh, well, we'll miss you when you're gone, but not that much. Plus, you aren't going. I mean, they'll have to drag him out of the White House. Either that or it is entirely possible that he might cheat enough to stay. That is a possibility. He's actually getting the electoral... I forget what the actual terms are, but each state has... they don't actually vote. America's system is so screwed. It's worse than ours. They don't vote for the president. Even though Joe Biden got, what is it, something like 7 million more votes, 6 or 7 million more votes. Hillary got 3 million more votes and she still lost. The Democrats keep getting more votes and still losing. That's how bad the American system is. That's how skewed and crooked the American system is in favor of the right. But each state, some may be different, but I think most of them take the votes in and then they say, OK, this person won, and this is the person that we're going to give all of our electoral college votes to. But they don't have to. Even if Biden got 7 million votes in that particular state and Donald Trump got 1, the people that are in charge of returning their electoral college votes can say, well, we don't think that that's right. The one person that voted for Donald Trump beats the 7 million people that voted for Joe Biden, and so we're going to say Trump won. I think they can actually do that. And so now Trump's is getting them on planes and getting them over to the White House so he can speak to them personally, so he can yell in their face personally and threaten them with all sorts unless they do what he wants. It's a disgrace.
And it's a disgrace. It's frankly a real disgrace. It's a disgrace.
It's a total disgrace. I think at this point I'd rather Kanye West was president.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Precisely. Let's have a call in... and I think that's on the 14th of December. There or thereabouts. I think that's when they all say, this guy won. CNN doesn't get to call it. They get to call it. So it might not necessarily happen the way we think it's going to happen. The Republicans may be able to cheat their way to winning. It's hard to believe, isn't it? God. Steve in Birmingham says, I don't remember anybody threatening to boycott Premier Inn because Lenny Henry appears in their adverts. Well, that's a good point, Steve. A lot of... Well, no, I won't say it. A lot of people would boycott Premier Inn because, well, you know, Premier Inn. But I don't mean that. That's just a joke. Islington. Hello, Adam.
Hi, good evening, Nick. How
Adam,
are you, mate?
I am great, mate.
So I was just telling the producer that I've had a bit of an epiphany today about the American election.
We don't wish to know about your bathroom problems.
Okay, cool. So I want to run something by you, and you tell me what you think. I think Trump is going to continue to cause as much sabotage as possible.
Yeah.
In the hope that by the time Biden has to pick up the pieces and fix things up, Trump looks popular again to be the person to vote for.
No doubt about it. Trump is going to smash everything he can up in order to hobble the incoming administration to make... But this is what the Republicans and the right wing in general do. They smash everything up, and then the left come in and they say, aha, it's like they set fire to the house, and as soon as the fire brigade arrive, they point at the fireman and say, look what this man did.
Yep.
As soon as he showed up, this house burst into flames. But they set the fire in the first place.
Exactly, and I'll give you one more example. I think it's good that he wants to pull the troops back to America. However, his intention isn't sincere. He wants to pull those troops back. So in the event that something sparks off and Biden decides to go into war, and I'm just making a speculation, the fact that he's then going to send troops out will give a lot more ammo to the right to say, oh, you see, we brought them home and he sent them back. So exactly what you're saying. They cause carnage in the hope that by the time it's being dealt with, the Republicans look like the party to go to.
Yeah, even that trail of slime, Mitch McConnell, is against pulling the troops back because of the vacuum that it would leave, which is how ISIS came to be when they pulled the troops out of Afghanistan. Yeah, we're just lucky that he didn't bomb Iran. Which is what he wanted to do the other day. He wanted to bomb their nuclear facilities.
Yeah. And do you know what? I would not be surprised if they want to try to cause more problems for Iran, and I'm concerned about that. I really am. I really hope we don't get dragged into any war, especially with COVID, in COVID times.
we haven't got trouble up to our eyeballs as it is. Yeah, well, where America goes, we will go immediately afterwards, yapping like a little pet dog. Because we're desperate for a trade deal. Anything, please. Yeah. Just give us a penny. Just a couple of pence, please, Governor.
And I cringe every time we use the caveat of the special relationship.
Oh, God.
It's just cringing me out because the fact that we need to keep defining it and saying it, the Americans
means it doesn't exist.
Desperate.
Yeah, well,
it doesn't exist.
They do think we're desperate. And if you're in America, we are as nothing compared to the European Union, of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've got 50 million people. They got 350 million people. Our economy is worth, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's a piddlingly small amount compared to the EU. Of course they'll go and do a deal with them first.
Yeah, it's true. And if I can make a final point about Priti Patel.
Finally,
Yeah, so I literally just called in right now, so I don't know if you touched on the Priti Patel point, but I just wanted to say I'm really sickened and saddened with what's happened there, because the reaction by Boris Johnson to Patel says to our civil servant, anything goes, even bullying, and we'll turn a blind eye to it. The fact that the report actually said there have been occasions where bullying's taken place, and her caveat has been, oh, I'm just a direct person. I mean, the report was she was swearing at people and threatening them. And the fact that nothing's going to happen, how does the Home Office have any confidence that their well-being or anything is taken seriously? I'm concerned about that, and it's shameful.
Listen, this administration is probably the worst government that I can remember in my lifetime. It's without peer, really. It is an absolute clown show. Who could have predicted that voting for the funny bloke off the telly wouldn't have worked out well?
But I completely agree.
Their credo appears to be, what would Donald Trump do? In whatever it is facing them, they just think, what would Donald Trump do? And then they do that, which is the exact opposite of what they should actually be doing. And it's going to come around and bite them on the bottom, because Donald Trump's not going to be president anymore.
Exactly. Right. And there's one more. Is that right?
Well, I thought the last one was the last one.
It was, but I just thought I remembered something.
Okay, then.
I liked what you said a couple of weeks ago, that we put our government put their hands in the pockets of Trump so much that now Biden, who is of Irish descent and who I think wants to be fair, might, the language has changed towards the Irish from us. And I feel a bit sad that it's taken the fear of Biden, and not because the Irish are our neighbours, they're good people, they're friendly. It took Biden's election win for now.
I think it's less about Ireland, perhaps, and more about, if you have got the stink of Donald Trump on you, then the new Biden administration isn't going to look too kindly. You can't pivot and pretend that it's nothing to do with me, but Donald Trump, who's that? No, we never heard of him. No, we've loved you all along, Joe. No, we've got the stink of Donald Trump all over us in this country, despite the fact that Boris Johnson was quite specific about what he thought.
I have to say, when Donald Trump says that there are parts of London that are no-go areas, I think he's portraying a quite stupefying ignorance that makes him, frankly, unfit to hold the office of President of the United States. I would invite him to come and see the whole of London and take him round the city, except that I wouldn't want to expose Londoners to any unnecessary risk of meeting Donald Trump.
And you might think that Boris Johnson is two-faced in that regard, he having subsequently formed a close buddy relationship with Donald Trump. And you might be right. I'm not going to dissuade you of that opinion. Yeah, that's probably about right. Jace?
Jay. Hi, Nick.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Just wanted to basically have my say on this whole Biden and Trump issue.
Oh, yeah.
So my first question is, obviously, have you watched the press conference that you're banging on about?
Have I watched it?
Yeah, have you watched the full press conference, which is about 45 minutes?
God, no.
So you didn't see anything. It wasn't publicized. It wasn't put on anywhere in the media apart from YouTube, yeah? So I actually took the time to watch this.
Are you talking about the Rudy Giuliani and Kayleigh McEnany?
Exactly, yeah. So the whole Giuliani press conference and Trump's attorney, which was Sidney Powell, who had a say after Giuliani spoke.
Right, that tall woman.
Yeah, the woman to his right. Yeah.
Talk about members of looking like members of the Addams family. It was just one.
Yeah, she can look whatever she likes, but obviously she's a well-respected attorney.
Yeah, in your world, go on.
Yeah. So basically, my whole issue with the media was they were focusing on the sweat that was running down his face.
Yeah,
and not the actual evidence that he was presenting.
There was no evidence.
Yeah, but you didn't watch it. You just said
there was no evidence. What evidence?
Okay, so
what evidence did they? What
evidence
was there?
Yeah. So if you let me speak, I'll tell you the evidence that they presented. So Sidney Powell has basically provided overwhelming evidence.
She didn't.
Showing, yeah, she did, because you didn't watch it.
What was it?
Showing, yeah, she was showing that the software that they've been using in various states, yeah, the data dumps that they were provided from the actual company in Germany, which is Dominion for anyone who wants to check, they provided overwhelming evidence.
There was no evidence.
Showing, yeah, they would, well, this is what they're saying.
Yeah, this is what they provided. Yes, they didn't provide any evidence. They kept saying that there was evidence.
Yeah, because this is the way she works. She's a well-respected attorney.
In your world, she is.
Yeah, in my world and your world or whoever's world.
Not my world.
Yeah, well, she's going to show her hand when we get to the obviously federal cases.
Okay, so in a nutshell, they said that there was evidence, but they didn't show any evidence, right?
They don't have to show evidence until we get to
Oh, my God. So that's your point, that they said that there was evidence, but they didn't show any evidence.
They showed it in the actual
They
press
didn't.
conference.
They showed no evidence. Zero. You just said they didn't. You just said that they didn't.
It doesn't matter what I said. If you watch it, you'll see it. But anyways, if I finish... They showed overwhelming evidence.
They didn't.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. They said they had overwhelming evidence. They showed no evidence. Zero evidence.
Which they will provide in a court of law.
Right. See, again, you are shooting yours like double-barreled in both feet. You keep saying they showed evidence, and then you admit that they didn't and that they might do if it ever gets to court.
They haven't shown it on the media, but they showed it in the press conference.
They haven't shown it in the media, but they showed it in the press conference. You understand that the media is...
Mainstream media.
The media is a press conference.
Like yourself, yeah. So the mainstream media, yeah? So
the mainstream media.
Yeah. Okay? So...
You mean
Dominion?
Oh my God. Whenever I hear people say the mainstream media, warning! That means that they just get their ding-a-ling theories from the internet. That they believe anything that happened on the internet rather than that has gone through tried and trusted news sources, as though the left are in control of the world's media. The precise opposite is the case, but never mind, we're not dealing with facts anymore. Oh, by the way, latest news, Donald Trump Jr. has tested positive for coronavirus. It's the only test he's ever passed. Don tested positive at the start of the week and has been quarantining out at his cabin since the result, the spokesperson told reporters. Okay. Anyway, are you done?
No, I'm not done because I haven't even mentioned what the evidence was.
Oh, yeah. I thought there was no evidence, that they were keeping it to themselves until the court case, when they will drop all charges and nothing will happen.
Okay, so if you let me say it, the Dominion voting systems that were used in various states,
right,
which are the ones that he is contesting, have overwhelming evidence.
There's no evidence
showing that they switched not thousands but millions of votes from Biden to Trump.
Yeah, there's absolutely no evidence of any kind that happened. They just keep saying it, and dupes like you believe it.
It will be shown in court. This is what I'm trying to say.
Again, I keep saying, you say they showed evidence, and I say they did not show evidence, and you dispute that fact, and then you admit that they didn't and that they're going to. They say there's evidence, but they don't ever show you the evidence. God, it's like arguing with a Donald Trump tweet. So, are you done?
What I'm trying to say is, check out the voting system that was used and the data dumps that they've received.
Oh my God!
Showing exactly how they moved millions of votes.
According to all this evidence that they didn't show us. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all going to come out.
Oh right.
In the next few weeks.
Yeah, sure it will. I bet you £10 it won't.
And I'll bet you, just to let you know, they don't certify this election until the 13th of December, which is when the college votes are obviously dished out.
Yeah.
So for you to say that Trump's lost. In the midst of all this legal cases that are going on,
Joe Biden got 306 electoral college votes. 306 electoral college votes. Donald Trump got 232. When Donald Trump last time got 306, he called it a landslide.
But it hasn't been certified.
Oh my God, you people, you're insane, Jay. You are absolutely off the scale nuts. And I mean that in the nicest, kindest, most positive way. And the White House released a statement, by the way. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, so close. Shall I do it again?
No.
The White House released a statement, by the way. There, that's better. That's the sound of people like him, the whole world over. Right-wingers who think that they are born to lead. They are somehow a superior being. And they just can't get over the fact that they lost. Because their cult leader told them that they could not lose. Unless they were cheating. While he was desperately trying to cheat his face off. And it's not new. They've been at this for decades. And the reason is because the demographic in America is changing. White people are, in many areas in America, no longer the majority. And people who aren't white tend not to vote Republican. And so Republicans have been trying for decades now to try to fix that. And they've tried pretty much every trick in the book. And it didn't work. They were busting a gut to try to stop black people, particularly, from voting. And they tried everything that they could think of. And it still didn't work. There was a good piece in The Guardian about this. I might give you a taste of it. Anyway, have you finished?
Yeah, just to let...
Great. That's all I wanted to know. He said...
Yes.
Yeah, I think he said yes. Absolutely, he's finished.
Affirmative.
Yeah. Finished on this show. From now until the end of time. You are done, mate. I think you need to go and read something that's not Facebook. Try getting your news from somewhere other than YouTube. YouTube. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, you're almost certainly in a swirling eddy of effluent. You are going down. So this is the bit in The Guardian from, I think this is last week. The morning after the election, it became clear that the presidency would be decided by the votes still being counted in big cities in key states: Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Detroit, Atlanta, Phoenix, and Las Vegas. White people are a minority in all of them. In Atlanta and Detroit, African Americans are a majority. In Milwaukee and Philadelphia, they outnumber white people. According to Trump, these votes were illegitimate by dint of where they were cast. He said Detroit and Philadelphia are known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in the country. They cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race. This was a new twist in the racial logic of the American right, which has gone from blocking black people from voting to allowing them to vote as long as their votes don't all get counted. In 2013, just a year after turnout rates for black voters surpassed that for white voters for the first time, the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, which provided some legal protections for black voters in places where they had once been excluded. The state cut the number of polling stations by almost 10%, purged tens of thousands of voters from the rolls simply because they hadn't voted for a while, and suspended the registrations of another 50,000 people, mostly black, for minor discrepancies such as omitting a hyphen in their name. Those long lines that we witnessed around the election were not simply voter enthusiasm, they were also voter suppression. The trouble is that white people became a minority in the US, and efforts to disenfranchise non-white voters necessarily became ever more crude and ever more desperate, but cannot be guaranteed to produce results. The sums just don't add up. The group sought for exclusion is growing at a faster rate than can plausibly be excluded. Republicans have only won the popular vote once in the last 8 presidential elections. Wow. This in no small part explains the bizarre moment that we find ourselves in, with many Republicans refusing to admit what everyone else can plainly see, that they lost the election. They're howling at the moon because they're running out of options here on Earth. The dominant race will become a minority by 2045. Right now, less than half of all American children under the age of 15 are white. In 5 states, California, Texas, Hawaii, New Mexico, and Nevada, white people are already a minority. Maryland is poised to tip that way any year now. Arizona, Florida, Georgia, and New Jersey should be there by the end of the decade. To the extent that this election and the past 4 years have revolved around identity politics, the primary identity concern has been whiteness. Its anxieties, rage, capacity for empathy and solidarity. Maybe it was Barack Obama that tipped white America over the edge. Nothing embodied the future some feared more than the son of a Muslim, African, immigrant father and a white globe-trotting mother. Republicans have been worried about this demographic shift for a long time. More than a decade before Trump, party grandees were warning that the Republican Party needed to move away from the path first blazed by Richard Nixon's Southern strategy, which aimed to unify Southern and suburban white people with coded racist messages. You have to face, this is Nixon saying this, you have to face the fact that the whole problem is really the blacks, Nixon told his Chief of Staff Bob Haldeman. The key is to devise a system that recognises that while not appearing to. That worked for much of the late 20th century, but in the last 20 years, the Republican Party's dependence on white voters has started to become a major liability. George W. Bush started to shift the Republicans towards becoming a multiracial right-wing party, with less emphasis on Confederate nostalgia and more on religion, aspiration and entrepreneurship. Without that shift, it was believed they were destined to be obsolete. As the Southern Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham said at the Republican convention in 2012, the demographics race we're losing badly. We're not generating enough angry white guys to stay in business for the long term. Holy mo! They say the quiet part out loud. We're not generating enough angry white guys to stay in business for the long term, said Lindsey Graham at the Republican convention in 2012. Well, they got a lot of angry white guys now. Trump defied that orthodoxy, doubling down on white supremacy, racist rhetoric and voter suppression. His 2016 victory and his impressive showing this time indicates the Republicans can stay in business with bigotry for the medium term, but its days are numbered. And in order to remain relevant, it must become ever more shrill, crude, discriminatory and exclusionary. Well, I think he's got shrill down.
Don't be rude.
Its days are numbered. Trump's appeal is better understood not as a departure from US racial politics, but as an intensification of it. A bitter white wine in a new orange bottle. That is just about right.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
An analysis of Georgia's June primaries by Stanford University political science professor Jonathan Rodden revealed that the average wait time after 7 p.m. across Georgia was 51 minutes in polling places that were 90% or more non-white. 51 minutes. 6 minutes in polling places that were 90% white. Anybody need any further information? Andrew tweets, Giuliani said Dominion systems are Venezuelan and influenced by Chavez. Chavez died 7 years ago. Dominion HQ is in Colorado, USA. Their systems were used in 2016 and Donald Trump won. Georgia used Dominion systems, now verified by hand. Yeah, they recounted Georgia and Donald Trump re-lost.
Oh, shut up!
This text says, oh, for God's sake, Trump supporters, if you have evidence, now is the time to show it. They ain't got no evidence. They keep saying, oh, we have this tremendous evidence and we're really going to come down with the following lawsuits. And when they get to court, they just don't have anything. And the judge says, why are you wasting my time? And throws it out. And that happens over and over and over again. I think they've won one single thing yet. There's been one person arrested in America for voter fraud, and it was a Republican who was trying to vote Trump on behalf of a dead relative. You know, so there's that. Chelmsford. Adrian.
Hello. Nick.
Adrian.
That guy that you had on, he's crazy.
Well,
I watched that whole press conference that he watched on YouTube, and everything he said is a complete and utter lie. First of all, Giuliani was ranting about loads of crazy stuff, and then the crazy lady, tall lady that you were talking about, she came in front, and then she went even more crazy.
Yeah, she really did. She was off the handle.
Yeah, she was like, there's Germany involved, there's Hugo Chavez, there was Hillary Clinton. She was just naming loads of random people.
I think that there should be some kind of not payback. That's not the right word. What's what word I'm looking for? There should be some sort of consequence to their actions. This is it's patently an attempted coup.
But also, what I don't understand, so when the reporters were asking specific questions and they would come back with some random answers, so he would stand there in front of the podium and say this about voter fraud, but then when he goes in court and argues and the judge specifically asks him it's about voter fraud, he says no. So what is it? Is it voter fraud? Is it because of some people that were dead were in the voter register roll? I'm really confused at this point.
The government department that was set up by the Republicans to check the validity of the election process said this was the most secure election in American history.
Look what happened to him.
And Donald Trump's reaction was to fire him for insufficient loyalty.
I know. It's crazy.
It is insane what's happening right now.
Even the press secretary, what's with the waving of the paper? Every time she says, here's evidence.
Yeah, here is evidence, but I can't show it to you right now. But believe me, because I'm a believable person.
Believe me. 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 Okay?
Okay.
That was a massive highlight because the reporters asked him for the evidence and he said, I can show you like 2, but I can't show you the rest.
Right.
I'm like, what is that?
Well, my favourite of their moments so far was when they said that the count was illegal because we didn't have any witnesses. We didn't have any Republican witnesses in the room. And the judge says, you didn't have any Republican. And they said, well, the number was non-zero.
What is that?
The non-zero. You can't have minus people, so there must be plus. So there must be people. There was a number that is There was a number of viewers from the Republican Party that was non-zero.
But help me understand this. So they said there were people that weren't allowed to watch the live count. But from what I understand, there were actual people that were permitted to be on the premises for that specific reason.
Yes.
And then all the people outside were actually creating a riot. So were they the people that they were talking about they wanted to get in?
Yeah,
because they looked like they were going to attack them.
Yeah, the good old boys. Those people, yeah.
Oh, my God.
It was a ding-a-ling-free zone. And that's what they were upset about, yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Adrian. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. You think we got a catastrophic clown show in this country? Just think, we could be America.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
This is
This anonymous text says, I heard that Boris Johnson wanted to sack Priti Patel for being a bully, but he backed down when she threatened to punch his face in if he did. I wouldn't be remotely surprised at this point. Let's have a call in Bromley. Why isn't that working? I'm clicking it. Why doesn't that work?
You've got the fader up slow.
Oh, stupid idiot. Neil.
Hello, yes. Good night, Nick.
Yes.
Briefly about Donald Trump, I'm going to talk about that, but I think in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. But what I'm talking about, what I'd like to make brief discussion about is the English vote. I think we should have a vote whether we want Scotland as part of the UK. Because ever since I've been young, which was a while back, it's always been Scottish independence, left, right and centre. Now, it's like being sort of written out of it all. And I remember David Cameron saying at some point, I think I do, that we would have the right to, vote if we wanted our own personal, independence as well, so we could say we're English rather than UK or GB or whatever you want to call it. And you see, with Scotland, I don't think they've thought it through. Because they've got that bog brush of a ginger woman that runs the show, apparently. And what are they going to do? A Scottish Army.
Why would they want to waste their money? Why would they want to waste their money on a Scottish Army?
Well, exactly. I mean, I don't think they've thought it through. I mean, it's like, all right,
No. I mean, why would they need a Scottish Army? What
because they're going to be independent.
What do they need an army for?
Well, because they're I suspect.
The line just disappeared on us there. Give us that answer again. Why does Scotland need an army?
Because when you are a country, I assume you have to have your own police force, your own army, your own...
police force, not army necessarily. Why would you need an army?
Well,
who's going to invade Scotland? Nobody would dare.
You have to have some sort of militia. The Romans tried and they stopped, didn't they? Hadrian's Wall. But if they want it, then let them have it. That's what basically I'm just. I mean, it's just so. There's more Scottish people living in England than there is in Scotland.
I'm not sure that's true.
I believe it is. I mean,
it sounds like something you just made up. But
no,
yes, it is. You started. You started by saying that the English should have a vote on whether Scotland leaves, and now, then you wait a minute, and then you said that they oh God, you're so contorted. I've forgotten what it is you said. First of all, you said that we, the English, should decide on whether Scotland leaves, right?
Yes.
Right. And now you're saying that I don't know, what is it you're saying now?
No, it's not some... we should have a vote whether we want Scotland in, because the Scottish are always having votes whether they want to be independent or want to stay with us.
Yeah.
Why can't it be reciprocated whether we want them anyway? Why can't... I have a feeling, I have a suspicion that if that vote was cast, it would be, all right, lads, away you go.
Yes, but they're not our property.
No, but they want to be independent from us, yet still, retain, as you say, a lot of the other bit. If they're independent, then that's it. They're basically like Gibraltar or, I don't know, whatever. I mean, part of the Commonwealth, I guess. I don't know exactly what they will become. And they want to make their own deals with the EEC and, you know, whatever. They reckon they're going to be, even though the North Sea gas is out and there's going to be not much income coming in from. But yeah, all right, okay. If that's what you want, away you go. That's my opinion, really, because
But it isn't your opinion. Your opinion is that the English should decide on whether the Scots go, and then at the same time you're saying that the Scots should be able to decide whether they go. So you're saying two different things that are opposite to each other.
I'm not. You miss. The Scottish have already. I mean, they've had a vote,
they had a vote, and then their circumstances materially changed because we, stupid morons in the South, believed in something called Brexitopia. And believed a bunch of fairy stories and nonsense about how great life was going to be, and the Scots were far too canny for that.
Okay, well, it hasn't suited them, so therefore now, as you say, the circumstances have changed, so they want to have another referendum based on the fact that the circumstances have changed.
Correct.
So but why can't we? The point I'm trying to make is no one has ever asked English whether we want them in the first place. We have a right. Okay, you know, you've been...
Okay, you got it the wrong way around. England can't decide whether the Scots leave or not. We can decide whether we leave, surely.
No, we are the biggest. We are the biggest brother in the house, aren't we? Let's face it. The other guys are smaller brothers. So if we decide, look, okay, we're going to shut the door on you, they're banging the door against us all the time. The Welsh, I mean, they're all right. They're happy. They don't cause any trouble. It's fine. And we won't get into the up there in the north. You know, I mean, they've been throwing stones at us for years. You know, this, that, and everything else.
Yeah,
but
with good reason.
Well, fair enough. Then, you know, I don't want to sound like ungrateful because of the contributions that they...
Too late.
Well, no, all the contributions that they've made to society with the,
inventing absolutely everything. Yes,
I know. I'm aware of that. No doubt with British education and stuff like that. Because
that's right. That's right. The Scots only managed to invent everything because of English education. Oh boy. Anyway, Neil, it's been entertaining. Is that it?
Well, it's changed the subject, didn't it? So there you go.
Yeah, it did. It certainly did. You got that right. He changed the subject.
Correct.
Phew. Oh. Johnny texts, LBC should rename itself to Let's Bash Conservatives, What a Joke. Okay, first of all, to describe this station as entirely left-wing is to suggest that you don't actually listen to us very much, Johnny. And the second part is they're the government. They've been the government for over 10 years now. It would be pretty weird if we were still blaming everything on Jeremy Bloomin' Corbyn, never having been the Prime Minister. If everything is still Labour's fault, then what a bizarre place we'd be. Of course we're criticising the Conservatives because they happen to be in power now, Johnny. So sensitive. These people that yell about snowflakes all the time. They just can't hear themselves. You're not allowed to use the N-word or the F-word or any other word that's ever been invented because because people may be offended. Now, that can go too far, no doubt, but there's a point at which you don't want to scream obscenities in somebody's face. I mean, there's a difference between screaming obscenities in somebody's face and tiptoeing around nonsensical things about political correctness. Let's just agree that we can be polite.
Be polite!
I mean, that's about right, isn't it? Be polite. What's wrong with being polite? But when politeness comes knocking at their door, they start screaming about snowflakes. Unless we're impolite about them, and then they start really complaining. Let's bash Conservatives. People criticise the Conservatives because they happen to be running the country badly. Unless we should just give them a pass because they're Conservatives. If they were doing a fantastic job, if we had the same death rate from the invisible COVID menace as, say, Germany, then they would probably be deserved of praise. If we were having a similar economic outcome as, say, China, then they would probably be deserved of praise. But they're not. We've got one of the worst economic outcomes of this pandemic and one of the worst death rates of this pandemic. But you're suggesting that we should give them a pass because the right wing don't like criticism? Johnny, really? I really do think that there has to be consequences for Donald Trump's actions. He can't just be allowed to get away with it. He should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It's an attempted coup. You can't just act like that and get away with it. He should be in jail. Fortunately, there's a lot of lawsuits coming his way as soon as he's dragged kicking and screaming out of the White House. Like a lot of lawsuits. They should bury his entire family under a mountain of litigation. What do you think about that, Melania?
I don't care.
She's not bothered. Aaron texts, Donald is going to be declared the winner. Watch the Guardian readers around the world melt down. Another delicate, frightened right-winger. There's just so many of them. Another delicate, frightened ding-a-ling. Sue texts. Oh, back to the supermarket TV ads where we started. God, it seems like so long ago. If the beautiful families in the supermarket TV ad were pushing people out of the way to get all the toilet rolls, they would blend in with the riff-raff and the racist idiots. Every family enjoys Christmas in their own way. No one owns the rights. Right. Not quite sure what that means. I mean, I know what it means, but I don't really know what point you're trying to make. Other than leave them alone. It's just amazing. It's 2020. It's not 1970. It's 2020. And it still makes the news for days that a supermarket puts a black family in their TV ad. Isn't that incredible? It's 2020, people. Time has moved on. It's not 1970 anymore. Wake up. Progress happens so painfully slowly. And any ground that you think that you've covered, that you've acquired in the march to, a brighter future, is not necessarily, you can't bank that as having won that ground, because it can be taken away again in an instant. You've got to continually fight. This says, just to remind you before you get too pleased about President Flump, referendum lost, but no doubt you still haven't got over it. Yeah, lost the referendum on Brexit. Oh, well. Never mind. It's only, a lot of money and a boatload of jobs and chaos at the ports, and Kent is going to be a toilet. Did I talk about that last week? Kent going to be a toilet? Because I think I have detailed notes. One moment, please. Sometimes it comes and it goes, and I got too many bits of paper to look through them now. I'll maybe do it later. Did I do Trump? Did I do Kent being a toilet last week?
Not like I can remember. There's a link there.
There is a link there. A link? What link?
A link at the top.
A link?
Yeah, a link to a toilet story.
To a toilet story?
Well, a Kent toilet story.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I have detailed files. I'll bring them in tomorrow. Don't worry about a thing. I'll bring them in tomorrow. Isn't that exciting?
No.
Martin in Wakefield texts, maybe eventually Manchester will be renamed Personchester. Well, that's speciesist, Martin. Thingchester, more like it. Offensive. Let's have Richmond. Phil. Ooh, there's
hey,
a
Nicky,
hum. There's a hum on the line.
You hear me, Nicky?
Well,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of, I was about to call you.
Are you calling us from an electrical facility?
No, I'm on my landline. Is that bad?
Wow.
Can you hear me?
Well, it's faded down. There's a hum on the line.
Hold on, maybe let me turn off you. Is that better?
No. Oh.
Is that better?
No.
Oh, I'm on the line. Can you call me back on my mobile?
No.
Okay, well, I was going to talk about...
I tell you what, we'll call you back on your mobile. How's that sound? What didn't you think of that? Do I have to think of everything? We'll call him back on his mobile. I bet you can't wait. 0345 6060 973. Bill texts, I bought the single Fairy Tale of New York when it was released. I liked it then, and I still do. Who are people protecting? We knew all the words and what they meant in junior school and didn't grow up racist or homophobic, says Bill. Right. If you say so, Bill. Paula in Streatham says, regarding the Sainsbury's advert, I find it incredible that the same people who don't understand why black people should need to see themselves represented on TV are moaning that they, as white people, are not represented in one advert. Pathetic. That's right. Let's not forget that's what's happening here. You've lived your entire life as a white person in this country seeing only people that look like you on television adverts. For the last 50 years, I've seen television adverts, and everybody on them looked exactly like me. What kind of a person would it make me if I saw one advert that was full of people that did not look like me, and I registered a complaint, that I decided to go public with a boycott of the shop that put the advert out? You might think that I'm a stupid moron. And I'd have to agree with you. You are completely correct in every respect. Right, have we got him back? Oh, this is him. Richmond, Phil.
Hi, Nicky. Sorry, I was on landline. Right.
You call me Nicky one more time and you're disappeared.
Okay. Sorry, I call every Nicky, but I'll stop now. In terms of, earlier you said good old boys, right? Good old boys drinking whiskey and rye. Remember that line? And that's what Trump's all about.
Now, wait a minute. Good old boys drinking whiskey and
rye.
It's American, what was it? American Pie.
American Pie.
American Pie, yeah.
The slogan now, as I agree with you, should be lock him up, because, he said it. Now, you mentioned earlier that when Trump won, he won by exactly the same figure as Biden.
He 306 electoral college votes, and he called that a landslide.
232, landslide, right? So it's the same. So the reason I called you about half an hour ago was I was on my way to bed, minding my own business. I heard this guy called Jay. I think his name is Jay, and he was English. I mean, British, right? And I can't believe he was pumping out this stuff.
If you live in a little bubble of your own effluent, if you just read the same accounts on Facebook and you got the same Twitter feed and you're on Parler and all of that stuff, then you only get one source of information, and everything you read backs up the opinion that you last read. So it's not. It's understandable that they are. That they believe what they have been told, despite the fact that it's wrong.
Nick, listen, I've been a journalist to what Jay would call mainstream. I'm just a journalist, right? I'm just in media. I'm not on any social media, so I have no idea what they say.
You're not on social media, and you're a journalist.
The reason I'm not on is because no one can troll me. No one can troll me, right?
Well, you can only get trolled if you read it. I mean, you can get trolled, but it can only affect you if you read it. Why would you want to read it?
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, anyway, I'm not on it. But I've been a journalist for 52 years this month, right? And Jay's probably a young guy, but his father probably read all my reports from all over the world telling the truth. right? The objective truth, the facts, and that this guy can repeat what Trump's pumped out through social media, however it comes out, is worrying me. I mean, the United States is probably going into a mini civil war.
I think
right?
so, yeah.
Probably. But for British people to pick up on that, that actually frightens me.
Well, there's no border to stupidity, Phil.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I am telling you about it. All right, thanks a lot, mate. I got to go. That is the first instance that I can recall that a mobile phone has been provided a better service than a landline. Can you believe that?
No.
I am stunned. This text says, anti-bullying week this week. Quite awkward discussing it in current affairs with a class of 12-year-olds who are telling me that the country is being run by a bunch of buffoons. At least these kids can see through it themselves. Huh. Well, that sort of gives me a little bit of hope for the future. That and the kids... You know what? When people start to write the history of this period that we're going through, I think the internet kids are going to have a more than a footnote. They may have a chapter all to themselves. Because it was the kids on... what was it? TikTok or... Bing Bong or one of those sites. Yeah, I think it was TikTok or Bing Bong. Bing Bong?
Bing Bong!
Yeah, one of those sites. That asked for 1 million tickets, something like that, to Donald Trump's demented white power rally in Tucson. Wasn't it Tucson? And, Donald Trump was so excited. He was thrilled because he thought that 1 million people were going to show up. And they put an extra stage outside, for the overflow, and they brought some shady character over from this country in order to entertain the people outside.
I'm a nutcase.
And no one showed up. Like about, 6 people. I exaggerate for comic effect, but it was there or thereabouts. They were expecting 1 million people to swarm there because the kids... on TikTok or Bing Bong or one of those sites and asked for tickets that they had absolutely no intention of using. And poor Donny, he was so deflated and let down. Oh. And there was that priceless picture of him lumbering along with his tie undone and all askew and... the energy just drained out of him. Poor Donny was upset. It was the kids that did it. It was the K-pop kids or the Bing Bong kids or, I don't know, one of those sites. And then they just did it to him again. There he is. He's got his little hat in his hand. And he's crushed the hat because he's so furious. He's just wondering, who am I going to fire over this? And then they did it to him again. Just the other day, it was his. He was having the Million Man March, his White Power March in Washington, and they changed the hashtag Million MAGA March to something to do with pancakes. And I don't really know why it was pancakes. It's, the kids probably know. I've got no idea. But they screwed that up for him as well, and it wasn't 1 million people. It was a couple of thousand at most. So I think the kids will get a chapter all to themselves. And we appreciate it, kids.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
This is LBC.
Adam texts, I'd be suing the Trump administration for defamation for every last penny if I was any of the people or organisations that they are trying to discredit. I don't think you can sue him until he leaves office, which is one of the reasons that he doesn't want to leave office. Is because he will become eligible for a lawsuit, and not just one. There's boatloads of them. They're going to have to put him behind a wall.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
And the thing about a wall is, it is an obstacle that you just cannot get past.
If there's a concrete wall in front of you, go through it, go over it, go around it. but get to the other side of that wall.
Jimbo tweets, you say we have the worst government of your lifetime. I would argue that we don't even have a government at this point. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's more like a pantomime.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, really. It's embarrassing. Fortunately, there is America, because otherwise we would be the laughing stock of the world. Thanks, Donnie. We appreciate it.
Oh, shut up!
Keep doing what you're doing. This says, Anti-Bullying Week. How utterly priceless is that? Anti-Bullying Week. And that whole thing about Prissy Patel came out in this week. They've been sitting on that report for a dog's age. And they released it during Anti-Bullying Week. I mean, they really are gaslighting us, aren't they? Why this week? Oh, they must have just guffawed when they came up with that one. No, well, wait. There's something in the diary coming up. Anti-Bullying Week. We'll just release it then. It's just amazing, the stuff that goes on. And you got Gavin Williamson. You know, shut up and go away, that bloke. He released a video about how dreadful it is to be a bully. He used to be the government chief whip, didn't he? Isn't that job the very definition of bullying? That's what that job is, isn't it? To keep people in line or else. What else? Fred tweets, yeah, it's called TikTok. No idea what it does. No, it TikToks and then it's over. Yeah, the TikTok kids. Thank you, the TikTok kids.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. I haven't actually got onto the pretty Prissy Patel thing. But there's, I've been sitting here dealing with the issues. Oxford. Hello, Leslie.
Hello. To your caller who was trying to kind of suggest that England should make Scotland's decisions.
Yes.
I would say, following on from, Boris's comments earlier in the week, I've got Scottish relatives and stuff. And I know lots of Scottish people. I love Scotland. It's got a great heritage.
Some of my best friends are Scottish. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying with Boris's comments on devolution earlier in the week, I think he's made their case stronger for Scottish independence.
You bet it has.
Why should Westminster make all their decisions?
They shouldn't.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's my comment, basically.
They said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime vote, unless circumstances change. It's perfectly reasonable to have another vote now that the good people of Scotland are being dragged out of the European Union when they specifically said they don't want to be.
Absolutely. I think it's the word. I'd emigrate to Scotland if I was given half a chance.
Well, there is the weather, though. Have you considered that, Leslie?
Oh, I don't. I wouldn't care about the weather if I was living in Scotland.
Okay. Well,
it's a beautiful place.
Don't tell me about it. I know. I lived there. I grew up in Scotland, and I can tell you that I was less than satisfied with the weather.
No, I go there every year for my summer holidays, except in lockdown. Yeah.
You do? Where do you go?
I go to the East Coast. I go to Fife.
Right. During the
Andrews,
summertime. Yeah. Isn't it like Midge City over
No,
there?
not in St Andrews. No midges on the East Coast, no.
Really?
Absolutely.
What, they only stay on the West Coast?
Yeah.
How come?
Who knows? Well, I think where I stay is quite by the coast, so the coast
right.
might have something to do with it.
Get blown away by that stiff northerly breeze.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I've dipped in the river a few times. I've paddled. It's freezing.
I bet it is, yes.
It's lovely. It's a lovely kind of freezing.
Yeah, well, it's refreshing.
It is.
Yeah. You dip a toe in and
the air
wakes you right up. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, I think, it's got a beautiful culture, beautiful heritage, Scotland, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's a tick for Scotland.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks a lot, Leslie. 0345 6060 973. You want to see a beautiful beach? Just go to the north part of the country. The beaches, they're absolutely amazing. They're so wide and pristine and clean and completely uninfested with people. 'Cause it's blooming freezing. But if you want to, have the wind blown right through you, in one ear and out the other, that's the place to go.
I know a lot about wind.
0345 6060 973. It does seem completely reasonable that Scotland should have another vote, being as how their circumstances have changed utterly and completely. They've been dragged out of an institution that they value tremendously by people who believe a lot of phony baloney about Brexitopia. And in order to save face, they're still kidding on that they believe it now. And some old guff about fish. Tim from Sussex says, Nick, Priti Patel's apology was like, I'm sorry if the people feel... Wait. Priti Patel's apology was like, I'm sorry if the people I shot feel dead. It was that kind of non-apology. Well, here's a tip. If you're going to say sorry, try not smirking while you do it. God, she was smirking so hard, I thought her mouth was going to fly off the front of her face, like an elastic band. And she got halfway through the apology, and then she remembered that she shouldn't be smirking, and so she tried to arrange her features into something that looked a little bit more contrite. How did she do?
Dreadful.
Yeah, pretty bad. But, it's not part of her mean. Oh, is this what she said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry that my behaviour has upset people, and I've never intentionally set out to upset anyone. Which is an apology. What I would have expected her to say was, I'm sorry that you feel upset, which is a sort of a non-apology. I really expected her to say that. That she didn't say that is, I've got to tell you, a little bit disappointing. Because you'd really be able to lay into her for that. And I think that she did that before, didn't she? Hasn't she issued an apology before? Isn't she like a walking a walking apology machine? And I think an apology, I may have this wrong, but I do have a vague recollection that she apologised before and said something of the order of, here it is. So, okay, this is failings over PPE. Priti Patel said, sorry if people feel that there have been failings. Which sounds like an apology, but actually isn't. It has the benefit of appearing contrite while not actually being so. I'm sorry if people feel that there have been failings. Not I'm sorry that there were failings. I'm sorry that you feel that there have been failings. I mean, the undercurrent of that is, you are wrong, and I am sorry that you are wrong. But, they did a report, and it cost, I have no idea. Let's assume that if they'd given it to Serco, it would have cost £108 million. And it came back, and they said, totally guilty. And Boris Johnson looked at it for 3 seconds and said, it says here, completely not guilty. So that's it, case closed. And we're going to form a square around her. Whoever heard of a square? We're going to form a square around the Pritzker. Not the Pritzker, that's an architectural prize. The Pritzker. Don't you form a circle? Whoever formed a square? You can't even get that right.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oy. Get your shapes right, Boris. Square. Phil tweets, I finally got around to watching The Sopranos. Wait a minute. I got a file?
Absolutely.
The Sopranos he was watching. And I've always thought that it was Marge Simpson saying, listen to him, he knows everything. No. I now know it was Tony's mum, along with several other sound bites.
Listen to him. He knows everything.
Yeah. 0345 6060 973. Luton in Bedfordshire. John.
Yeah, gun sales are soaring in America, isn't it, after the election?
Gun sales always soar in America when a Democrat is in power.
Yeah, but it's quite. I actually, you hinted that there could be a surprise turnaround. I think there will be. I watched the money. Have you noted that we might not know this, but you can actually put a bet on Donald Trump to win the election at 9-1. Now that's like Villa beat Liverpool recently, and that was 9-1, and they did it. So it's still possible, because I'm looking. I'm just following it at the moment, and
where are you getting these odds? Because I during the break I knew you were going to say that because it's up on my screen, and I looked at the odds, and I could find that you can get 9-2 odds. Oh look, Melania Trump to file for divorce before the end of 2021, 15-8.
Oh right, no. This is on. I think it was on Oddschecker. But what I was looking at is you can put a bet on Donald Trump. No question, you can bet on Trump to win the 2020 election, and it shares odds shortening, which means more and more people are putting money on Trump to win the 2020 election. And actually,
but that doesn't actually mean anything.
It doesn't, but it means that people are putting their money against it. So you watch the money, so people are actually putting hard cash against it. Now, I actually think what will happen, I haven't got any views about Trump, but I'm just looking objectively. I think that the inauguration is going to be delayed. So I think that when it gets to the Supreme Court, they'll be so confused. Michigan is now going the way of Trump.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's the opposite of the truth. Michigan just came out and said they see no reason to doubt the vote tally after the Trump meeting. Their posture is a blow to President Trump, whose legal team has made baseless accusations of widespread fraud in Michigan. That's the opposite of what you just said.
Oh, right. Okay, well, I saw another report coming out. But all I'm trying to say is I just think that I personally think that the way you deal in America, it's not facts. They don't deal with facts in America. It's to do with whipping up the emotional frenzy among certain people until basically they bend to what you want to happen.
Just recently...
I'm president! Can you believe it?
Yeah, just since the Orange Nightmare came into view.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, but I just think possibly you're going to see a surprise. I'm saying that I don't... You hinted that. You said something might happen. I don't think it's going to happen. You actually said that yourself earlier in the program, and I just thought, yeah, you're right.
I don't think that he can win, but I think that they're going to. Well, they have already tried absolutely everything they can to steal the election, and one of the latest thing is to get the people who actually announced the Electoral College votes over to the White House for him to yell at and threaten everything up to death. I would imagine if they don't do what he says, and they're still saying no. Good for them. No. It's about time the blooming Republicans actually found a backbone and stood up to that orange jelly.
Yeah, it's two tribes. The problem in America is you need a third party because they're so tribal.
Yeah.
I mean, I've talked to Republicans. I went over on business in the States, and I talked to one lady in business. She said that, listen, Englishman, Donald Trump's going to kick the crap out of America. I mean, that's the kind of level of discussion you get. So you're talking about tribes.
Not before Trump with their tribes. People were always either Republican or Democrat, but there was never this sort of visceral hatred of the other side, particularly from the right wing. Not before him. Not since the sort of race riots in the 1960s. He's brought all that back up again. It's sort of white power stuff because white people are freaking out in America that they're going to become the minority race.
Yeah. So do you think the inauguration is going to go ahead on schedule? I don't think it is. I think it's going to be delayed.
I would expect Donald Trump to start World War III.
I'll bring us into war.
I think he'll try and do something like that in order to have. He'll say, "Well, these my emergency powers during time of war will mean that the inauguration is cancelled, and I'll just have to carry on."
Launch a nuclear attack on Iran. Yeah. That's what will happen.
Well, he was just talked out of launching an attack on Iran the other day.
Yeah, because the guy saw his finger on the red button and he just quickly grabbed it. Yeah.
Fortunately, there were adults in the room because Donald Trump wanted to blow up their nuclear facility, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but he's not. He's going nowhere though. I don't think he's going to go anywhere and disappear. I mean,
he's not going to disappear because for two reasons. First, he can't live without the adulation. Once you've got a bit of that, you can't live without it. He's never happier than when he's on stage and his drooling yeehaw fans are yelling at him. That's when he's the most happy. So he won't be able to give that up any more than the Rolling Stones can give up touring. When that wave of adulation from the mouth breathers just comes at him, he's going to want that again and again and again. So he's going to keep after that. He'll probably say that I'm going to run again in 2024 and my campaign starts now, which will give him the excuse to have those rallies, which is what it's all about. And the second reason that he isn't going to go away is because TV news loves him because he's ratings.
Exactly. And for glad you mentioned 2024, this is just, you can check this on Off-Check. He's actually still a 7-1 bet for 2024. Biden's 5-1. That's crazy. So in other words, the money is still going in on him winning 2024. That's a very tight race.
Yeah, you don't mean the money. You mean
who's putting the money?
You mean knuckle draggers who are betting who are betting small amount. What difference does it make where the money goes? Who cares? I mean, that's no indication of anything. By the way, the house always wins. You want to stop putting your money on the horses, John?
Yeah.
The house always wins. You get an amount in dollars, which is probably and they get
$8,737,540,000.
It's a larger amount. That's how they divide it up. You get 4, and the house gets
$8,737,540,000.
Approximately. 0345 6060 973. I can't believe all this stuff that I was going to talk about, and we just got dragged down by this all show long. Never mind, eh? Reigate. Margaret.
Yes.
Margaret.
Nick have it.
Margaret.
You're going to have egg all over your face.
Egg?
And President Donald Trump wins again.
Wins when again?
When President Donald Trump wins again.
Wins when again?
The presidency, of course.
But when, though?
Well, now.
How's he going to win now? He's just lost.
No, but how do you know he hasn't got any evidence?
He hasn't got any evidence.
But you keep saying that, but how do you know?
Because he keeps presenting cases to court, and they keep getting thrown out of court because he has.
How do you know that as well?
Because he has no evidence.
Not yet. But one guy spoke, and you wouldn't let him speak.
Which one?
I think his name is Jay or something.
Right. I wouldn't let him speak.
No, he wouldn't know. I couldn't hear what he was saying because you kept interrupting him.
Who, me?
Yes, you. What else do you think? I mean, he got 73 million votes. So I agree with Magic Mars. We want the truth.
He got 73 million. Yeah, but Joe Biden got 79 million votes. I think it's whoever gets the most is usually the one that wins, isn't it?
That's not true.
Which isn't true?
But he got 79 million.
I think it is.
Well, we'll wait and see that.
No, we don't have to wait and see. We know already.
You said
seem to think you know everything.
No, I don't know everything, but we know what the actual result was. 79.8 million people voted for Joe Biden.
That's probably a lie.
But why do you say that, though, other than you want it not to be true?
No, what about the 6,000 votes that went to Joe Biden that would belong to Donald Trump?
Says who?
Look, well, it was on the radio.
It was on the radio?
Yeah, it was on the radio, so you're lying, are you?
Well, I didn't say it.
Well, somebody on your radio show did.
Yeah, a caller, perhaps, said that.
No, there wasn't.
No, it's not a news story that 600,000 votes went to Joe Biden that was supposed to be for Donald Trump.
He did get them back, as it happens.
Who did?
What do you mean, who did? President Trump.
He got them back.
Yeah, they gave them back to him.
600,000 votes.
No, 6,000.
6,000. Okay, well, Joe Biden won by 6 million.
Yes, but 6,000 votes were nearly taken away from Donald Trump.
That doesn't make any difference, though, Margaret, because Joe Biden won by 6 million.
No, that's what you say. I don't believe it.
But not believing it is like not believing is like not believing that the sun will rise in the east.
And also, I heard on the radio that someone in the counting room was told to change the dates, no doubt to backdate them,
right.
And they were told if they were lying, they would go to jail.
Okay.
Which probably frightened them off.
Margaret,
nothing else happened. So what?
Margaret,
no.
I
think there's foul play going on anyway.
Yeah,
I'll defend him to the bitter end.
But why though? Answer me that. Why do you like him?
Well, lots of people do.
No, why do you like him?
I like him because he's handsome. Or he was when he was young. Have you gone?
You like him because he's handsome?
Handsome? Well, he was when he was young. So I still see him as that handsome young man. And anyway, women used to throw themselves at him. And I heard that on the radio too. No, it was a black actor. Right, somebody's just come in the room. It was a black actor who knows him quite well.
Can we just back up to the part where you said that you're defending Donald Trump because he's handsome, right?
Yeah, but this black comedian.
And there was me thinking you were out of your mind.
You think everybody's out of their mind that sticks up for Donald Trump? That's the funny thing about it. So I'm moving about because. Anyway,
why are you moving about? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I've got somebody keeps following me about in the room. I don't want them to hear what I'm saying.
Somebody keeps following you around in your room.
Yes.
Who is it?
One of the family.
Anyone you know?
Yes, one of my family.
Right. Are they carrying a butterfly net? By any chance? As one of your fans, Donny.
I love the poorly educated.
0345 606 and the aesthetically challenged. Because he's good looking, or used to be. You used to be a looker, Donny.
Oh, shut up!
What happened? 0345. So he never used to be a looker. He always used to look like that. This text says Trump is 23-1 on Betfair, not 9-1, as your caller said. So does that mean you get £1 back if you put £23 on? I don't really know anything about betting, other than you'll always lose. That's pretty much the only thing you need to know about betting.
Warning, warning.
You'll always lose. 23-1. So is that what that means? That you have to put 23 quid on to get £1 back?
No, you put £1 on and then you get 23 back.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Plus your £1.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Betting.
Oh, well, then I'd like to take that bet.
Yeah.
When can I pick my winnings up? £23 for £1? Well, it's a bargain. Chris texts, form a square, as in what Bozo said is we must form a square around the Pritzker. The Pritz... What did you say? The Pritzker. He's a grown-up. He's sending out messages like that. God. I mean, really. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Anyway, Chris says, form a square means protect on all sides at all cost. Yeah, but who forms a square? You circle the wagons, surely. You don't square them. New York, Dave.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'm actually in Rochester, New York. I'm originally from Wigan in near Manchester.
Oh, yeah.
I've been over in the US for 23 years.
Well, you've really dropped that accent.
You think so?
No.
No, I don't think I have. I think you can lose your accent if you want to, basically.
Yes.
But anyway, so I'm not sure what it is about your program, but you seem to attract a lot of strange people. Maybe it's the middle of the night in the UK.
It's probably
only
my
8 o'clock
fault.
here, so.
Yeah, it's my fault.
So I'm just sitting here, choking on my beer, listening to some of the people's views who have absolutely no idea how the U.S. presidential election works.
Well, to be fair, neither does the president.
That's absolutely true. But actually, it's a very strange U.S. Electoral system. I still can't believe, even after living here for 23 years, how it got so complicated over the years. And
it was built complicated in the first place, wasn't it? I think the founding fathers, their plan was to prevent a kook from entering the White House, so that they didn't trust the people to elect a person directly. The people gave the Electoral College advice, and then they made their own decision based on what they thought there should have been the voting in the first place.
Basically, yeah, something like that, yeah. But, constitutionally, all these people calling in saying Trump's still going to be president next year. He isn't. He's going to be president until January the 20th. Then he's gone.
Yeah, at which point the whole of America will be a smouldering ruin.
Well, maybe there will be a civil war, but, hopefully there won't be. But the strange thing is, I'm not sure, how many people in the UK know this, but even if there is a delay after delay after delay and Joe Biden is not elected president on the 20th of January, Trump and Pence have to go because their time's up, and Nancy Pelosi, as Speaker of the House, becomes president. So, very, very strange system, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, but she won't become president because there's Joe Biden who's going to become. In all of this, the one thing that I cannot believe that in all of this is that Joe Biden didn't die the day before the election. I was expecting that so much.
It was his birthday today.
It's his birthday today.
Yeah. It is
78. Blimey.
But there you go. I mean, constitutionally, though, Trump's trying to put pressure on these lawmakers from Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Well, the Michigan people just came out and said, no, there's no problem here. Everything is above board, and, the result is that you lost, Donny.
And the thing is that a lot of Republicans are not coming out to say, congratulations to Joe Biden.
Yeah.
They're still standing by the president because of this Senate race coming up in
Georgia.
They could potentially, balance the House at 50-50, in which case the Vice President, Kamala Harris, vote counts.
Now, to get to a balanced Senate, which is really, really important, because one of the reasons that Barack Obama found it so difficult to actually do anything was because the Republican Party controlled the Senate, which meant that he couldn't actually get anything through. They just kept saying no to absolutely everything that came before them.
Yeah,
but if
yeah,
it's
that's true, yeah.
would it be balanced if both Georgia seats went Democrat, or could it be 1 and 1?
No, it would be. It would be balanced. It'd be 50-50.
If both went Democrat.
If both went Democrat,
right?
yeah.
But that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, it probably won't happen though, will it?
They might get one. I think, you know.
Yeah, but if they get one, that's not enough, though, right?
If they get one, it's not enough.
No, it's not enough. No. So Joe Biden is sunk before he's even started, because the Republicans are just going to say no to everything. And furthermore,
No.
yeah. So you know, it's Joe Biden's government is going to be having its feet stuck in concrete right from the very beginning. Like the wacky races. They'll be tied to the lamppost, and they'll be off to a standing start. All right, thanks a lot, Dave. It's been a delight. Thanks ever so much for everything, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to really say that I love you. I respect you. There's nobody I respect more. You're going to do a fantastic job.
Thanks, Donnie. You're the best. Can you believe that statistic in America? Wow, 72 million Americans have been infected with stupidity.
Don't be rude.
You know Matt Hancock, the health secretary? Chap that's always on the telly. Looks like a terrified, balding 10-year-old that's been caught stealing biscuits. You know, Matt Hancock. No! Yes, that's him. Well, he said that there will be no hugging at Christmas. So you'll have to have Granny around, but you won't be able to hug her. No kisses from Auntie Joan. It will be an affectionless Christmas, because that's what Jesus wants. And to enforce this no happiness rule, Prissy Patel will come over and personally hurt you, but not intentionally. And Boris Johnson has pre-excused her behaviour to save time later.
Thank you.
I made that up. Prissy will be busy pulling the wings off Daddy Longlegs, so it'll be down to the police to police Christmas. In other news, the police said, "Oh, no, we won't." And Prissy said, "Oh, yes, you will." And the police said, "Oh, no, we won't." And the audience said, "She's behind you." Britain's most senior police officer on this very radio station says she has no interest in interrupting family Christmas dinners to catch coronavirus rule breakers. Metropolitan Police Commissioner Dame Cressida Dick said the police have lots of other things to be doing, and she will not be encouraging my people to barge through people's doors or be knocking on people's doors. Always knock first, barge later. However, she warned that officers will be prepared to intervene if they are made aware of flagrant breaches of the restrictions, which are causing lots of concerns with the neighbours. I think she means that they'll pop round if Prissy Patel grasses on her neighbours for making Granny feel loved, which she thinks is her legal responsibility, to grass up her neighbours. It's just weird that she would say that and then vote for breaking international law in the House of Commons. She's in two minds about that whole law and order thing. So the government says that they have personally saved Christmas by allowing us to actually have one. But the only reason that they are saying that is because no one would ever vote Tory again if they took it away from us. Health Secretary Matt Hancock told a Downing Street briefing that it was still too early to say what contact people will be able to have with their loved ones over the festive period. But it's been suggested that Bozo is preparing to announce a plan for an easing of the rules next week. You bet he will. I've got full details, as a matter of fact, in the palm of my hand. This piece of paper here, I'm not allowed to read to you from until 10:30. This has been embargoed. I don't know why they do this. Well, I mean, what's so special about 10:30? 10:30 on Saturday night. I'm not allowed to tell you at 29 minutes past 10, but I am allowed to tell you at 30 minutes past 10. This very important piece of paper that I'm holding in my hand that I'm not allowed to read one single word of. Or there is a "the" in there. That going to get me punished? Thank you, sir. May I have another? So I'll tell you what the government says about what's going to happen at Christmas. Exciting, isn't it?
No.
So that's coming up. I mean, there's not a lot of detail, as you would expect. It's just, the usual flannel.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Exactly. So the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock? Yeah. He's still the Health Secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
Health Secretary Matt Hancock told the Downing Street briefing it was still too early to say what contact people will be able to have with their loved ones over the festive period. So all that bubble stuff, that's out the window for political gain. Which, of course, if everybody gets together at Christmas, I mean, you don't need to be a blooming expert to tell you this, it will be followed by a spike in cases in January and then a lockdown in February, I expect. I mean, they really do have to pick one. Is this invisible menace serious enough to crash the economy, or isn't it? Pick one. Because if it is, then the only logical thing to do is to act the Grinch and cancel Christmas. Because it will be the biggest super spreader event in the history of the pandemic. At least one that is not horse-based. So they're going to ditch saying that they're following the science and follow the politics, even while they're pretending that allowing families to get together over Christmas will be COVID safe. Of course it blooming well won't be. I mean, how are we going to maintain social distancing around the dinner table, for instance? And we're going to sterilise the presents? No pulling crackers, it'll be popping open the hand sanitisers on Jesus' birthday. Mr. Hancock poured cold water over the prospect of a major loosening of curbs. He said, it, of course, won't be like a normal Christmas, and there will have to be rules in place. And people will still be required to adhere to social distancing regardless of what other measures may be changed. Right. Professor Sir David Spiegelhalter. How many titles can one man have? Lord Admiral Professor Sir David Spiegelhalter, a leading statistician. Oh, statistics, my favourite subject.
Boring.
Ugh, just a bunch of numbers. Anyway, he's a leading statistician at the University of Cambridge. He said that any easing of the rules would undoubtedly come with extensive government guidance, which he suggested could include a ban on singing. Okay, this is getting silly now. Let me guess what's going on. They won't say that you can't have your family over at Christmas because it would hold that party under the waterline forever. That Tory ship will be going down. But they'll say something like, no touching, and you must sit 6 feet apart, knowing that no such thing will happen. And then after the holidays, when the infection rate goes up, they'll be able to blame us for their failure, with a sideswipe at the police for not battering our doors down and arresting us for getting too close on the sofa while watching Her Majesty. Of course, she'll be all right. She'll be sitting round a table so big her family will need megaphones to talk to each other. Each seat will have its own phone so they can call and ask the prince next to them to pass the gravy. No one's going to barge through her door and tell her she can't sing. Meanwhile, the actual experts, the scientists that Bozo is always saying he's following, said, don't do it, it ain't worth it. Catherine Henderson, the president of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine. Emergency Medicine!
Warning!
I don't know why it's funny, it just is. To me. Catherine Henderson, president of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, said Christmas should be treated as just another date of the month this year. She said, if COVID cases become hospital cases and then sadly go on to become deaths, we will regret a Christmas season that gave Granny COVID for Christmas. Yeah, I suppose we will. She's the president of the Royal College of...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
And Professor Andrew Hayward, a member of the government's scientific committee, SAGE... You know, SAGE? No! Yes, that's them. He said that allowing family gatherings would create a substantial risk of new infections. Yeah, of course it blooming well will. You don't need to be an expert to figure that out. But I betcha that Bozo will give us the all clear and say something that makes him sound Churchillian. and yammer on about Greek gods and how he's surmounting impossible odds to bring us a happy Yule, before telling us that it's all our fault when he sends us back indoors for a month because we've been bad. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Jim tweets, please can we have more people from the UK ringing in and saying that they believe that Donald Trump should be given the election because he is so handsome. That happened at the very end of yesterday's show. If you can hear the yesterday's show in its entirety, much quicker than it actually was squirted up the airways by doing the podcast thing. We put it out on podcast. It's called Nick Abbott, The Whole Show. And it's one of the 3 podcasts that I do. We strip the ads and the news out, and it takes, lots to listen to this show. A lot less time to listen to this super show. And the very last caller last night was absolutely priceless. She was calling in berating me for being so rude to Donny, he being a nice person and all.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Yeah, and I asked her why she liked him so much, and she told me, and it stunned me into silence. I couldn't believe it. Anton sexts. Well, whether he does or not, I don't know. That's not my business. But in this particular instant, he texts, why has LBC now given all the slots to so-called lefty PC presenters? Oh, my God. Here's another one of these. I'm going to use the word snowflakes, who throws a fit every time he hears an opinion that does not coincide with his own. I bet he's just itching to use the phrase mainstream media.
Warning, warning.
Anybody uses the phrase mainstream media, just smile politely and slowly back out the door. Don't make any sudden moves. Lefty presenters. It's me and James O'Brien, for crying out loud, for 21 hours of the day, Anton. You'll have people that agree with you. But that's not enough. 21 hours of the day is not sufficient for these people. They want 100%. Otherwise, they make a complaint. Like that. Emeka tweets, don't forget young people will get blamed too. What do you mean? Young people will get blamed too. Well, young people get all of the blame. Because they kiss and canoodle.
Disgusting.
When they're up at the university, and then they'll go home, and then they will allow Granny to plant a smacker on their cheek. And that'll be the end of that. Jay tweets, can't wait till 10:30. Yeah, isn't it exciting? This piece of paper that I'm holding right now has got lots of words on it, none of which I'm allowed to tell you until 10:30. Why do they do this? I mean, what is the point? Why not 10? 10:30. What's so special about 10:30? This happens all the time. Can I read the title of it?
I mean, the whole thing's already on the telly, but...
Is it? Yeah, for crying out loud. Well, I'm going to be a good boy, I am, and I'm not going to read it to you until 10:30. Well, people don't pay any attention. These are the rules, damn it. So I'll read you this. It's not very good. Prepare yourself. More than 1 in 3 restaurants and hotels fear that they might have to shut forever within the next 3 months.
Oh, no.
And it's not because of the virus. It's because of our reaction to the virus. The Office for National Statistics said that 34% of businesses in the accommodation and food sectors have little or no confidence that they will last beyond the end of January. I bet that most retail stores have little or no confidence that they're going to last beyond the end of January, because this is the point of the year that they make their money. It's called Black Friday because the accounts of these businesses go into the black at this time of year. They make all of their money in December. But at the moment, they are shut for your convenience. 34% of businesses in the accommodation and food services sector have little or no confidence that they will last beyond the end of January. I mean, that is absolutely terrible. Eating out is one of the things that defines us as civilized beings. That we are house-trained enough to sit and eat among others is what separates us from the animals. I mean, if you introduce an animal to a restaurant and they'd be hopping from table to table, fighting each other for soup. I mean, can you think of a single thing that we do that is more socially fulfilling? I mean, literally filling. And when the restaurants have gone, they're gone forever. Places that took generations to establish and become part of the community, that people love and have memories of, and that support the community, snuffed out by our reaction to the invisible menace. And that's not even considering the jobs that depend on the hotels and the restaurants that are probably not going to exist next year. The waiters and the desk staff and the cleaners and house managers and chefs and bar staff and security, and the people that supply those places, like farms and market traders and butchers and fishmongers. Our precious fishing industry that the flag wavers are always going on about. And the electricians and the plumbers and the carpenters and the glass makers and the plate companies and the architects that design them. And the furniture makers that fill them. And on and on and on. Businesses that took a lifetime to establish, blown out like a candle, never to return. Not because of the virus, but because of our reaction to the virus. I mean, Cafe Nero last week was forced to put itself into a voluntary arrangement, a sort of insolvency that allows firms to continue trading while they attempt to get their finances in order. I mean, the Cafe Nero, that was one of the good ones. I mean, there's nothing wrong with their product. It's my favourite coffee on the high street. And even they're in trouble. Jerry Ford, the founder of Cafe Nero, said the second lockdown had pushed the company to act. He said the chain had suffered from curbs on socialising, fewer shoppers in town centres, and government advice to stay away from offices. Well, which was immediately followed by, you must go back to your office, or you'll get fired. Which was immediately followed by, please don't go back to your office, or you'll all die. Does it sound like they're making it up as they go along?
Yes.
Yeah, no clue. W.H. Smith is going to close 25 shops, putting 200 jobs at risk. If I give you a list of all the places that have closed and that have fired thousands and thousands of people, I wouldn't have any time to do anything else on this show. Adrian Ellis, the manager of Manchester's five-star Lowry Hotel. Oh, I can only dream of staying in a luxury hotel. He believes the industry won't be able to bounce back until spring 2021. Well, they'll be lucky to still be around in spring 2021. Because once they shut down, you can't bounce back. That's it. It's over. And on top of that, more than 5,000 pubs, which shut their doors before the latest lockdown, could remain shut forever. 5,000! 30% of Britain's pubs, around 12,000 sites, had already stopped trading by the end of October, compared to just 20% in the same position at the end of September. God, we won't have any left. No restaurants, no pubs. Overall, 1 in 7 British businesses fear they won't last either. A survey carried out in the first 2 weeks of November shows 1 in 7. The worst hit sector, accommodation and food. Well, I think probably the worst hit sector is the nightclubbing business. That's shut forever. How are they going to get back on their feet? So the worst hit sector, accommodation and food, and entertainment in general. The acting business, show business, like no business I know. The worst affected business than any business I know. 63% of companies are currently trading in the accommodation and food sector. 63%. A third are done, over, finished. Administrative and support businesses and those in the arts, the entertainment and recreation space are second and third worst hit, with only about 3/4 still trading. God. Thousands of businesses up and down Britain have been forced to close several times over the past year. It's not because of the virus, it's because of our reaction to the virus. And many have tapped into government support, and the government has poured our money all over them, furloughing their staff, taking out government-backed loans, but that hasn't stopped them from going out of business. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their jobs since this pandemic started in March. And I had a thought. You know, I do not deal in tin-foil hat, nutcase conspiracy nonsense. But if you had planned to cull those in society that was costing us the most in medical bills, and to thin out the population by getting rid of the elderly that are economically inactive and just clogging up the place, and to rid the economy of the little businesses so that big businesses and hedge funds and vampire investors could hoover up the best of them at rock-bottom prices and force the rest of the population to take drudge jobs at slave wages and concentrate the wealth of the country into the hands of a tiny elite that already had the greatest riches, then you could not have come up with a better way of doing it than introducing this virus. Someone should make a film of it. Oh, that's right, they already have. Over and over and over again. Wouldn't it be funny if this was life imitating art?
No.
No. That's right. No. 0345 6060 973. A text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Isleworth. Hello, Ravi.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Well, this time last year, 50 weeks ago, my best friend, he runs a pub, and we were taking bookings for Christmas.
Yeah.
The Christmas party.
Mm-hmm.
You know, £35 a head. And it's absolutely finished. No, nothing this year. I mean, the staff have gone. The pubs around them are very quiet. I think it's not going to come back for a few years. And this furlough fiasco. People sitting at home taking money and then ordering from Amazon.
Jeff Bezos must wake up laughing.
Bezos got divorced and his wife got 75 billion.
Yeah. And he didn't even notice it writing that check.
But on the serious side, Nick, I mean, that
wasn't serious?
No, but I'm saying it was serious. But I mean, I see the pubs around us. I mean, what is going to happen when it comes to the Christmas party? I mean, these people, you know, they survive between, you know, December and then it is sad to see that this hospitality sector has been left. And will people feel happy to come back? I mean, the curry is second after fish and chips. What's going to happen? You know, to the restaurants up and down the country, the waiting staff.
They're doomed, just like almost every other business that we got going in this country. I think the only jobs that people are going to have are going to be moped based. The amount of people on mopeds bombing up and down the street is it's absolutely phenomenal these days. It seems that every person who's not actually walking is on a moped, and they're all delivering food to people that can't go out and eat in a restaurant. It's like this country's now got a pizza-based diet. Pizza. All right, thanks a lot, Ravi. Cheer up, mate. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. This text says we're currently in the middle of a lockdown, but I didn't see any restrictions to the Diwali celebrations, so will restrictions on Christmas festivities be seen as a racist move? Yeah, that's right. Let's bring religion into it because, that's going to make it much better. We can start killing each other over it. For the next 1,000 years. Just because, one religious group believes something slightly different to another one. Let's decide to kill each other for 1,000 years, because, that's what God wants. How come the Christmas tree market gets a pass, by the way? I mean, there's many things that are outside that you can't do because it's illegal, because of the invisible menace. So how come the Christmas market gets a pass? I mean, I don't wish them ill or anything, but they get a pass because it's Christmas and it's politically uncomfortable for the government to ban us from decking the halls. And so it's almost past now, so I'll be able to read you that. It's not very detailed, so, so don't get excited. But I betcha that the government is going to say, OK, go ahead, have Christmas. But please take the following precautions, knowing full well that no one is going to take the following precautions because everyone's going to be drunk off their face. Booze. At Christmas. Plus, it's Christmas. How are you going to maintain social distancing when you've got 10 people in your living room? You can't. It's 10 foot wide, for crying out loud. And so in January, when the cases start to rocket again, Boris Johnson will say, well, you know, you've fallen there, haven't you? Now you will have to be punished. That's my prediction. This text says, the left is like you... Oh, God. The left is like you, as in the letter U, are amusingly childlike COZ, C-O-Z, and they're my interest in his, I'm expecting it's a him. My interest in his message dissipates like a bad smell on the wind. I don't care. This one says, Trump has stood up against the COVID fraudsters, whose aim is to destroy society, to introduce a draconian new order. Wake up, you fool. Yeah, that's right. Donald Trump's on your side. I think the stupid is strong with this one.
I love the poorly educated.
Let's have a call in not West Yorkshire, East Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nicky. Well,
very. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I was just wanting to bring up the awful prospect of austerity coming back, because it's been leaked that they're going to shut down any increase in public worker wages again.
Yes.
After they tried it before.
10 years.
And it didn't work.
It depends what you mean by didn't work.
Well, it made things worse.
Well, but depends on who you're talking about. It made things worse for.
Well, it made things worse for the general population,
right?
But much better for the rich people.
Well, there you go. What else do you need to know?
Well, it's a bit like the lockdown in spring. The first one was too late, which meant that it had to be too long and wreck the economy.
Yeah.
Then they got advised again in September, and they did it too late.
Did it again.
And for twice the length of time. And they're looking at doing austerity again.
Again, yeah. It's almost like it's a deliberate plan. Yeah, it's either rank stupidity or it's a deliberate plan.
But this time they said, we'll exempt doctors and nurses, because that, as you were saying before, is politically advantageous to say that. But don't forget that when the vaccine comes in next year or the year after or whenever, and we don't need the doctors and nurses anymore, then they'll get clamped down on the thing.
Well, speaking of clamps, haven't they increased the charge for parking your car at the hospital that you work for if you are a medical person?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe they have, which is absolutely blooming outrageous.
But another little side point, if I can, that you were talking before the news about God, etc., and I think we're nearer together than we are with Ken on this one. I noticed that no God or religion has claimed ownership of the virus yet. None of them.
Yes.
None of them have
That's
said
right.
it's on their side.
Yeah.
So the conclusion has to be that there's either one God, and so all this thing about there's loads of different gods is rubbish, and there's one God, and he decided to bring the virus in, or there's no gods, and I'll just leave it for people to think about that one.
But not for too long, Mike, because people have been thinking about that for thousands of years, and they still haven't come up with any evidence of any kind whatsoever.
Yes, thanks, Mike.
All right, thanks, Mike. Yes, the invisible space wizard. Which religion is going to claim that their personal God had anything to do with this virus? Because I thought that God invented everything, didn't he? All knowing, all seeing, all doing, all all of that jazz. But apparently it's only the good things. When he helps you score a goal or pass your driving test, that was God personally intervening to help you because you're special. John in Dorset says, if a third of pubs and restaurants close, if a third of pubs and restaurants close down, why do you say they will never open again? When life eventually returns to normal, places will reopen. Not by the same owners, obviously. Well, exactly. That's why I said they'll never reopen, you idiot. And I mean, when I say idiot, I do mean that in the nicest possible way. Yeah, if a restaurant called the Taj Mahal shuts down and reopens as Pizza Pronto, the Taj Mahal is closed. I mean, there might be something moves into the location, but the Taj Mahal is gone. Is it worth reading anymore? If a third of pubs and restaurants close down, why do you say they will never open again? When life eventually returns to normal, places will reopen, not by the same owners, obviously. Well, that's not reopening, is it? He says, but if there are not enough places for us to eat out, somebody else will open a business. Don't worry, Nick. Good things come to those who wait. Oh, well. I wish he'd texted me, like 12 months ago. Don't worry. Don't worry, be happy. That's all it's required. Just forget about it. When a place closes, everything all of the work, all of the effort, the blood, sweat and tears, the money, the time, the love that somebody has put into that business also just closes like that. And you can't reopen and go at the same speed as something that has been going for 10, 20, 30 years. Just like if, I don't know, if British Petroleum shut down, well, they might have a lot of properties which may eventually reopen by under somebody else's management. But they won't create BP again instantly. It'll take decades. I thought that was obvious, but maybe that's just me. Rory texts, when will the phone lines be open for the A to Z of 2020? I've only got a C, so I want to get in early. Yeah, I've joined the queue, Rory, and I think that's the only thing that anybody's going to get. I don't know if it's happening this year yet. I don't know. It does fill me with a small amount of terror, just the prospect. Because what are we going to do? There hasn't been anything else this year. You know what? There's been a lot else. It's just racking your brain and thinking hard. I'm sure it'll be okay. If it happens, I'm sure it'll be okay. Either that or I'll just start reading out the phone book. Hastings. Hello, Maria.
Hello, I'm on the radio. Hello, you all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yes, Nick, by the way, me and my friend I live with are very good, very much, we love you, basically.
Well, thanks, Maria.
That's okay. I was just about to say, my dad has got diabetes, and he's up in the high risk, proper up there. And I think that, and my dad hasn't been out for a whole year, and I think that for those who've got the internet, that maybe just so there's no risk, maybe they should just see them over the internet for Christmas orders. I don't know, speak, because at least next year, if the vaccine does go through, then maybe there'd be a chance that there's not going to be much problems. If you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean you should all make your own decisions based on how you think it would be best for you personally.
I know. But my dad hasn't been out for a whole year, and I love my dad to pieces, but I've got problems myself. But I just think that maybe, I know it's Christmas and everyone wants to go out partying and everything, but maybe just there's going to be another Christmas. Maybe just up until the vaccine, if there is one, or if it does come through, then just. It's only one Christmas, there's going to be more.
Yeah, don't go mad, people.
You get me.
Right, okay, all right, well, I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Maria. 0345 6060 973. I suppose now would be a good time. Now it's not illegal for me to read from this piece of paper. England will enter this is embargoed as of 15 minutes ago, so the whole world knows now. This is, in fact, old news. England will enter a strengthened 3-tiered system of local restrictions when the national lockdown ends on December the 2nd.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God, it's not going to be over. You know what the tier system is?
No.
I've got no idea. I mean, if £1 million was offered for me to explain in detail what the 3-tiered system is, I would lose that money. Boris Johnson is expected to detail his plan for winter, which includes details on how families can see their loved ones at Christmas. Well, with their eyeballs, I would expect. The COVID winter plan is expected to place more areas into the higher tiers to keep the virus under control to ensure that further restrictions are not needed, Number 10 said. And while some local measures will be the same as those in previous systems, some tiers will be strengthened. So what are the tiers? I bet there's not one single person in this audience who's got any idea what the tiers are. What are the tiers?
Because we've got a generation.
Oh, sorry.
What are the tiers?
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. That's right. 1, 2, and 3. You win £1 million. Right, so this embargoed information about Christmas. England is going to enter a strengthened 3-tier system of local restrictions when the national lockdown ends on December the 2nd. Which, I don't know what that means. A strengthened 3-tier system. We're going to be looking at it very strongly. Bozo, out of Number 10, is expected to detail his plan for the winter, which has been told to him by his current girlfriend. It includes details on families, how they can see their loved ones at Christmas. The COVID winter plan, expected to place more areas into the higher tiers to keep the virus under control to ensure that further restrictions are not needed. I would imagine that that you lucky people in the north of England will be in the higher tiers. London, on the other hand, will probably get a pass. How's that whole levelling up thing working for you?
Oh, fabulous.
The plan is which will be set out. The plan will set out how people will be able to spend their Christmas, but ministers have made clear that the festive season will be different to normal, with some restrictions expected to remain in place. Well, if you allow people to just go into their other family members' homes and their friends and their loved ones, then all bets are off once they get past the front door. It's Christmas. Ministers will set out what tier each area will be placed in on Thursday. I see you shiver with anticipation. MPs are expected to be given the votes to approve the new tiering system, as promised by Boris Johnson in the days before it comes into force, which is going to be interesting because those buffed and tuftons on the Tory backbenches, they are very upset about all of this. Some of them are actually losing money. During a vote on the current 4-week system earlier this month, 32 Conservatives rebelled to oppose the measures, and 17 more, including the former Prime Minister Theresa May, abstained. Kick your comedy clown shoes off, Mrs May. Put your feet up. Relax. You deserve it. Subsequently, a COVID recovery group led by the former Chief Whip Mark Harper and ex-Brexit Minister Steve Baker has formed to resist the new measures, with suggestions that 50 Tories have enlisted. They're very upset. So the 3 tiers. So I had to look it up. And they are as follows. Tier 1 is medium. There's only 3, and it starts with medium. The rule of 6 applies. Do you know what the rule of 6 is? Socializing in groups larger than 6 people is against the law. Indoors or outdoors. Why? Why 6? Why not 5? Why not 10? Tradespeople can continue to go into a household for work and are not counted as being part of the 6-person limit. Well, that doesn't make no sense. Businesses and venues can continue to operate, but pubs and restaurants must ensure that customers only consume food and drink while seated, and they must close at 10, because, that's when the virus, it only comes out at night. Like the alien monster. Mostly. It only comes out at night. Mostly. I say we blast it off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Takeaway food can continue to be sold after 10 p.m. if ordered by phone or online. But not in person? Really? Can't pass them a message? Schools and universities will remain open, despite the fact that that's where the people are getting it. Places of worship must remain open, but, because the virus will not go in there because of that whole God thing. Weddings and funerals can go ahead. Exercise classes and organised sports can continue to take place outdoors, but not indoors, but only if the rule of 6 is followed. Indoors. Did that make sense? It probably did, but not the way I read it. So that's tier 1. That's medium. Tier 2 is high. This is like selling clothes that only come in large, extra large, and triple extra large. It starts medium. Tier 2 is high. People are prohibited from doing socialising with anybody outside their bubble. The rule of 6, pubs and restaurants, 10 p.m, must close between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Travel is permitted for work or access to education. And then tier 3 is very, very high. As in, it's alarming. No one is ever safe on this hostile planet.
No one is ever safe on this hostile planet.
People are prohibited from socialising with anybody that they do not live with or have not formed a support bubble with. And so on. Oh, I just can't be bothered. Like, I really can't. I'm over it. Let's have Holborn. Hello, Tony.
Hello, good evening.
Tony.
Yeah, I'm trying to absorb some of the detail that you've just explained. I've got to say...
That's a very generous way of describing it. That was an explanation.
Very generous indeed, yeah. I've never known a year like this. I've got to say that prior to February, March this year, I used to have a functioning intellect. That's completely disappeared.
Yeah, it's been beaten out of you.
Beaten out of me. And after at the beginning of the pandemic, let's say March for argument's sake. I know some people said they had it last December, end of last year, but let's say March, and when we began having those press conferences, the Hancock's half hour,
yes,
which, by the way, wasn't very funny.
No.
So I started watching those, and it seems, it may be my memories fading, but it seemed to me that almost every week the details changed, and the amount of information that we had to try and absorb was so much. I mean, I think it was equivalent, I don't know whether it's an O-level, an A-level, or degree, but it got more and more complicated. And then we got, like you just described, these tiers that came in. Then we had the lockdowns. We had 2 lockdowns, and the information just became too great. And then what I started doing was kind of switching off. I couldn't bear to watch these press conferences each day. And then I wasn't quite as au fait with the information that I should have been. I'd listen to LBC and I'd hear the news headlines, but you wouldn't get detailed information. You'd really have to read the papers.
Well, what kind of information did you require?
Well, all the information that we needed, that they imparted upon us.
Well, like what?
Well, all the things that I can't remember. But that was one thing. I didn't originally phone up to say that. I just wanted to very politely challenge one of your contentions.
What?
Earlier, I know. Very politely. You said about 10:15 or something like that. You said that if they cancelled Christmas, then nobody, I think you said something like nobody, perhaps a bit tongue-in-cheek, you said nobody would ever vote for the Tories again.
Yeah.
A bit of a generalisation.
But
based on my listening to LBC and talking to friends and people I've spoken to over the last couple of weeks, mostly, they've actually said, do you know what, forget Christmas, it's just one day, or, just forget it. It's not worth.
Yeah. You know what?
days.
I think that people will say that when they're asked.
Yeah.
In theory, that may be what they think. In practice, you wait until the end of December. And if they are still of the opinion that let's not make a big thing about it, and we don't want to get more food in, and we don't want to, deck the halls and invite our friends and family members around and, make it special, then, I'll go to the foot of our stairs, literally.
Well, you've got a point, but some of the information that was put out was that we may have to surrender 5 days for every 1 day that we have over Christmas.
Yeah.
Which meant at one point it was mooted that 25 days of January we might have to sacrifice.
Right.
But the time we're going to enjoy, in inverted commas, over Christmas. And most people I spoke to and heard had said it's not worth it.
Right. Well, let me ask you this: has anything that the government have done so far actually worked?
I have to think about that for about 3 seconds.
About 3 seconds, yes.
No, I don't think
really.
so. And I'm also very annoyed. I don't usually get cross, but I'm very annoyed that they had the independent inquiry about Priti Patel. Yeah. And if it had gone the way that Boris Johnson...
Well, we're running out of time here. I'm going to have to bully you into submission and get rid of you straight away. But I didn't do it intentionally, and I don't apologise. David in sunny Basildon says, Sunny... He says, Nick, the tiers that existed as T-I-E-R-S, not T-E-A-R-S, although there's a lot of those. He said the tiers that existed before the 5th of November were revoked by the current lockdown regulations, so new regulations will be written for the 3rd of December and beyond. We may even get 4 or 5 tiers. Who knows? Why stop there? How about 100 tiers? David in Cleethorpes says, you've got to have the A to Z of 2020. It's the only thing I've been looking forward to since March. Well, ordinarily I look forward to it myself. This year, I don't know if it's going to happen yet, but this year I look at the prospect with trepidation. I mean, I've got no idea what people are going to come up with. COVID, virus, that's it. Let's have a call in Oxted. Oops, wrong one. No. Damn it. How am I going to get rid of that now? Oxted. There it is. And by it, I mean Pat. Hello, Pat.
Oh, Nick, I've never heard anything so funny in all my life. I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
Thanks.
If it wasn't such a serious situation,
Yes.
it would be laughable.
Wouldn't it?
Can you please tell me who thought up this crazy idea about this lockdown? We're locked down at the moment. Why the dickens don't they just leave us locked down until the end of December? Simple. And we all celebrate Christmas with all the trimmings in January. Problem solved.
Well, you know what? I celebrate Christmas usually for many years now. I've done the Christmas period, and I always celebrate before that starts. So my Christmas for many years now has been about the 18th of December, there or thereabouts. And I always feel an enormous sense of superiority because while everybody else is herring around, pulling their hair out and, desperately trying to get last-minute presents and getting the turkey in the oven and realising it's too big or too small and they need more of this and more of that and they're just going berserk, I am sitting in a cloud of serenity. Because by the time their Christmas starts, mine has been over for a week, and I recommend that you do that. It's just great.
Well, I think so too. I think it's absolutely mad. I don't think God's going to care whether we celebrate his birthday in December or
Correct.
January, do
Yeah,
you?
Not at all. No,
Oh,
particularly considering
I
it.
don't know who thought it up. I'm 92. I could have think a better system than this.
92 years old. Yes.
Oh, good. No, and a half. Don't forget the half.
Oh, and a half. Yeah, no, don't forget the
92 and a
half.
half.
Very important.
And I've lived through the war, and I saw 5 Christmases where people were broken up, families were broken up because their loved ones were away fighting the war, and we never moaned at all. I can't even work out what the tier system's are going to be like.
No, don't worry about it.
It's madness.
Yep.
I think Confucius said, and I heard this on LBC, Confucius said that life is simple. We just make it so ruddy complicated.
Yeah, well, don't bring me into it. It's not my fault.
No, it's not your fault, but yeah, you're one of those people. You have to work over Christmas, so you celebrate another time.
Celebrate another time. Exactly.
Absolutely.
All right, cheers, my dear. Thanks a lot, Pat. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it's not actually Jesus' birthday. They just picked that date because it coincided with pagan rituals. It's the shortest day of the year. That's why it's around there or thereabouts. I think you'll find that is correct.
Affirmative.
God personally told that to me, and you can't prove otherwise. David, no, I read that. This one says, how dare you say about that whole God thing, this whole COVID should be proof for you that there is a God. What's that mean? Shall I read that again?
No.
How dare you say about that whole God thing, this whole COVID should be proof for you that there is a God. God, by the way, in that text was not capitalized. Offensive. You are going straight to hell. What are you talking about? This whole COVID should be proof for you that there is a God. How is that proof? I'd rather suspect that it's proof of the opposite of that. Well, there is one person in particular, one Orange Nightmare, that is proof to me, if it was ever needed, that there is no such thing as God.
Don't be rude.
That's proof positive. Simon tweets, yes, let's unlock the country for one day where nothing is allowed to open anyway. That's right. Yes. Yeah. Nothing's allowed to open anyway. Everybody's going to be doing their shopping online, and Jeff Bezos, by the end of this year, will own all of us. We're going to be his slaves. Here is a call in Haydock. Mike.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah, I think we're going to disagree on everything. I'm very pleased with your last comment. Could you explain to me, because I can't understand it, why you criticise Amazon so much?
Why I criticise Amazon so much?
Yeah, then just say, the company was started in 1997, 23 years ago, working from the garden shed.
Yeah, why are you so upset about this? What's it got to do with you?
Well,
why are you defending Amazon? They don't need your help. He's doing just fine.
Oh, no, he's doing fine. They're doing fine because they're running the business absolutely correctly.
Well, what do you mean by correctly?
Well, I'll give you an example.
Give me an example.
Right. And you say I'm wrong. Now, are you aware they've tied up with Morrison's, the supermarket?
I'm not remotely interested. People shopping on Amazon... no, I shouldn't be. Why should I be interested? They're teamed up with Morrison's. What's it got to do with me? The reason that the high street is dead because people keep spending their money on Amazon. And then they walk down the high street and it's just a bunch of closed shops and tramps sleeping in doorways. And they touch to themselves and think, well, who's responsible for this? And the answer is that you are responsible for that because you buy everything from a company that only exists as a cloud of mist for legal and tax reasons. That's why I have a problem with Amazon. That they're taking over the world is why I have a problem with Amazon. And you should have a problem too. Buy locally. You know, when we bought locally, the money that you spent in your local high street store paid the wages of the people that were behind the counter, and they enjoyed their jobs because they were people-facing jobs, and they had an interest in their business. And when the business did well, they profited. And they liked their customers, and they had regular customers, and it was a happy, jolly time. And now that shop has been put out of business because people can't be bothered to put their hat, coat, scarf and gloves on and get the bus and go down the high street. They just sit at home and clack away on their computer and order stuff off Amazon, and it is delivered to you from, I don't know, Luxembourg or who and any idea where it is delivered from. And everybody has a job that pays minimum wage, and they work in a factory the size of 10 football pitches. Either that or they're employed as delivery persons. And all of those jobs, all of those interesting jobs that used to exist on the high street, they're gone now, forever. And you're just doing a drudge job. The entire country is doing a drudge jobs for international corporations that don't exist anywhere. I mean, they're everywhere, but they're nowhere. He's the richest man that has ever existed, and you're calling up to defend him? He doesn't need your help, Mike. The high street needs your help. Buy locally while there are still local businesses to buy from. God, how much centralisation do you want? This sex, what's the wrong with me? This text says, tears or tears, IE or EA, tears or tears. I think everybody should shed a tear over this whole situation, how easily we have given up our freedom. They can take our freedom. Well, they can and they have. It's amazing how cowed people are. There was this article in the Mail by, I think it was yesterday, a chap called Ross Clark, whose work I'm unfamiliar with, but he must be, he's all over the numbers. And it's quite illuminating, because a lot of what we have been led to believe is not necessarily true. Simon in Stoke says we need an alcohol beverage over 70% proof. That way we can all drink, enjoy Christmas, and kill the virus with every mouthful. This anonymous text says, tears, and I've read that. This says, we can't buy locally because all of the self-employed small businesses are having to close down. Yes. But they were having to close down without this virus thing anyway. And that's not entirely true. You can buy locally because those local stores are also trying to compete with the multinational online giants. And the only thing that they can rely on in order to help them compete with them is your business. But I know what you're going to do. You're going to check around and save 10 pence and order from a corporation that spans the globe and only exists as a cloud of mist for legal reasons. Here's a call in Rushton. Dan.
Hi.
Dan.
Nick, absolute privilege to talk to you. My point is it's just a lying thing. When did lying become acceptable?
Lying?
Yeah. It's come from the top and it's worked its way down, and now lying is okay. It's not okay.
Now, when you say it comes from the top, which top are you talking about?
Well, from politicians, really.
Right. Anyone in particular?
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
Yes.
My main target is Trump, but Boris is there as well.
Yeah, mini Trump.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just if they're lying, it's just worked its way down. And it's just.
It seems to be a relatively new phenomenon. I mean, they've always disseminated misinformation, politicians, but now it's got to the point where you're surprised when they actually tell the truth about something.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Actually, it's really nice to talk to you, because I thought you was an absolute lunatic when I first started listening to you. But you do make a lot of sense. But they what they're saying is, what they used to say is they used to get around the truth, but now they're out and out lying.
That's right. That's
the difference.
Yeah, they used to dance around the facts as trying not to say anything. Now they tell you that black is actually white and that everybody says so.
Yes, yes. It's so true. No, that's caused. When it comes down, it's caused a sort of, you look at when you get to the front line, when you got sort of people saying to police officers and that, oh, you ain't got a right to stop me, this, that, and the other. This, oh, maybe they haven't, but police officers are there to enforce the law, and if they stop someone, they don't need to be met with aggression. They should be met with, oh, hello, how are you? And
but what's that got to do with lying, though?
Because it's come down from the top that it's okay that authority should be rebuffed. It should be fought against. No, it shouldn't.
We're a society, and we should all work together as a society.
Well, yeah, I agree with that, but I'm not sure that it comes down from the top that authority should be rebuffed. It's rather the other way around, isn't it? That it comes down from the top that you should obey authority and do what authority tells you to do, while authority goes and does the exact opposite of what they're telling you to do.
That's the point. They're lying. And everyone can see they're lying.
Right.
That's the point.
And I suspect that people, the majority of people know that they're being lied to, but they don't mind. Well, that's the amazing thing about in America. His fans, Donald Trump's fans, they don't seem to mind that he's lying to them all the time. They can't possibly believe the stuff that he comes out with. But, he verifiably has told over 20,000 lies since he came into office. It's just one after the other. It's in a single speech, he'll tell 30 or 40 different lies. And they must know that they are, but they don't seem to mind. In fact, they seem to actually like it. In the same way that I think that a good number of people are actually itching for a dictator to take over. Some real strong man who's going to really stick it to the liberals or to anybody that disagrees with them. You know, they've really had it up to here with the discussions and two sides to a story. Now they want to actually get some roadside justice done. I think that there's really a scent in the air that people are really itching for, somebody to take over and start dealing out the punishment, which is really frightening. Thanks a lot, Dan. That's a really bad phone you got there. You want to invest in a new one. Maybe ask for a present at Christmas. This says, Amazon doesn't produce anything. Don't think that many companies that actually make something are doing well because of Amazon. Don't you think that many companies that actually make something are doing well because of Amazon? Why? Because they're a distributor? Can't people distribute their own stuff? Amazon aren't to blame for the death of the high street shops. No, people are. People are to blame. Pretty much everything is our fault. But we don't accept our responsibility. We keep doing things that are not in our best interests and then look around for somebody else to blame. Anyway, the rest of it says, it was out-of-town retail parks and large shopping malls offering big premises and lower rents than on the high street. This was well before Amazon was a thing. Well, yeah, that's right. But it hasn't helped, though, has it? Amazon being a thing. That was the nail in the coffin of the high street. And we'll miss them when they're gone, because what are you going to fill with a high street with? What's going to be the centre of your town if there are no businesses left to put in there anymore? Well, I've seen what that looks like. I mean, you look at, if you drive through America and you see shopping malls that used to be something but are now nothing, it's kind of frightening. That's what we're looking at. There ain't going to be no centre of the town anymore. Let's have Cannock. Hello, Mel.
Hi, Nick.
Mel.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
And all the eye shops, I'll get it out in a bit. Shops on the high street are all closed, mate.
Yes.
But what I was going to say is this lockdown until December the 2nd, this ain't going to end till March, my friend. It'll end when the furlough ends, because it doesn't take a scientific brain to work that out. Because as soon as they stop doing furlough, they'll have to end the lockdown, because people will have to go back to work.
Back to work? There won't be any work to go back to.
There won't be any work left. So I'm sort of glad I'm retired.
Yeah.
I've got to go through all this mess. But at the moment, you've got one half of the country that's scared and government's not helping along that way. And then you've got another half of the country sticking two fingers up to them. I'm not sure who's right. It's probably somewhere in the middle. But I don't know. Viruses don't go away, mate. What about if it become airborne? Not much good having a lockdown then, is there?
Well, this is the thing that concerns me: is this virus that we've ruined all of our lives to fight is not actually that dangerous in the great scheme of things. If it was like MERS or SARS, which were, I can't remember which was which, but one was about 15% death toll, and one was about 30% of the people who got it died. I mean, can you imagine if that was what we were facing? And that could be, I mean, the Anthony Fauci fellow, the guy who puts his head in his hands behind Donald Trump when Trump starts going on about bleach and introducing light into people's bodies and that. He said that we are now living in the age of the pandemic. In other words, according to one of the world's great experts on this subject, there's going to be another one coming around the corner any time now.
It probably will. I mean, I've not really took a great deal of notice of it. I haven't really changed my life. Obviously, I've had to, in some shops, having to put a mask on because that's the rules of the shop. I had to follow that. Other shops I don't, when they're not bothered. But, I'm 70. I've not had any symptoms of it.
Right, but like you said, but you're one of the lucky ones. You don't have to actually go to work for a living.
Yeah, that's the question. Plus,
you're out of all that.
I live alone as well. Not many people come here. My cousin who used to come every day, his wife's in hospital. It's something else. But
I mean, I feel for the people who are doing things that used to be highly valued, but are worthless now, like working in an orchestra, for instance, or being in a band, or working in the theatre, or any of those kind of things that people used to, or being an artist. You can't go to a gallery, you can't go to a museum or any of these things. How are they going to make any money? All of these things that used to be highly valued and are highly skilled, and people used to enjoy experiencing, it's just all gone.
I would hate to be young, today with this going on, because there's no way they would keep me in. When I could just imagine me at 17. I was a road rebel. I wouldn't have took any notice of any MP. But so I feel sorry for the young ones.
Yeah.
But there is one side issue, by the way, I was going to mention, is that have you heard of it? The MPs getting a £3,000 pay rise if they vote for it, and yet they're stopping everyone else's wages.
They got a £10,000 pay rise for the unpleasantness of having to work at home, and I think they're going to get another £3,000 pay rise. Is it next spring?
Yeah, I read something in the paper about it, and I thought, well, why hasn't anyone made any of that? Because they've just stopped people in the public sector. I mean, ain't they public sector workers?
It is almost as though they think, I wonder how far we can push them. I mean, how much gaslighting will the people take before they raise a finger of complaint? And there doesn't seem to be any amount. We just keep taking it and taking it and taking it. And thank you, sir. May I have another?
I find that very strange about the country today. It doesn't seem to want to say a lot.
Well, I think it's because we've all been frightened to death.
Yeah, probably.
There is that. Yeah.
When you get to my age, frightening sort of goes out the window a bit. Yeah. At the end of the day, I feel more sorry for someone that loses a child than some 80-year-old guy in a care home.
Right.
But that's me.
Let's have Nottingham. Hello, Sally.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Nottingham.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. It's about 2 years ago that I first spoke to you, first time on LBC, right. And I was having my house redone, and they just about finished the house when the lockdown came in.
Right.
And
took 2 years.
I've got a house back, but not home. None of my cooking thing or personal thing. It's weird, but
when you say you had your house done, what do you mean?
Well, let's say I'd had some thefts when things were being delivered.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the police got involved and local council. Anyway, won't go into that. So I thought, well, my 2 sons had died of cystic fibrosis. When the oldest one died, I realised my husband had got Parkinson's. I'm not saying I don't miss them, because I do.
Yeah,
But
what do you
on the
mean?
whole, I've
What
had
do
a
you
good-
mean?
I've had a
What do
good
you mean
life.
when you say your house was done up?
When you know, because we chose, and I came from a second-hand shop that Dad ran, and he came from 2 up, 2 down, no bathroom, my husband.
No bathroom.
And so we were one among the sort of the age group that first decided to take mortgages out and buy our own home.
Right.
So
And when,
this was a
and when, you,
corner of a
and when,
field.
and when you bought your home, it was about £3,000, I bet.
No, we had to have a mortgage for 30,000.
Oh, right. Well, like I
So,
said,
and that
30,000.
we got married in 58, and we moved in early 59, and I'm still here.
Still there.
And-
But what did you want to say, though,
Well,
Sally?
what I wanted to say, I so enjoyed that other lady that came on earlier. She said she was 92.
Oh, yeah.
Well, on 21st of December, this is why I've got to be so careful, I shall hit 85.
85?
Oh, that funny noise. I love your funny noises. And I'm sitting tight on my own, and the last time I did go to see a doctor, one I didn't know at all, I came back with a terrible head cold.
Yeah, you don't want to go see the...
I think I'm
sitting
better
in the waiting room
tight.
is probably the most dangerous place to be.
No, it wasn't a waiting room. It was sort of a private person.
Well, like I
but
said.
then they sent somebody up to take some blood and monitor my blood pressure.
Yeah.
So, no, it's a curious thing
You
we're all
can
in.
say that again.
And you know, you hear people that are so sad. What does irk me? That last young man who was only 70, and he was saying he was glad that he wasn't young. I mean, I can remember being young, and I would love to think that I'd possibly got grandchildren now. Well, obviously,
Right,
things
okay.
turned out the wrong way.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Well, that's-
I have planned
Life
a
happens.
birthday dinner and a Christmas dinner that I can manage to cook on my own. Although one of the drivers who got a skip, when we got a skip, he damaged my right arm, and suddenly
With a skip?
no, well, he'd come to browse through the skip.
Right.
Twice he'd had it explained that we got an arrangement with somebody.
Yes.
He came on his own when I was on my own,
Right.
and I could see he'd got his boss with him.
Yeah, and so he damaged your arm.
Yeah, he slammed the door on my right arm.
Well, you don't want to let them do that. Hey, listen.
Well, no, I didn't. I
okay.
wouldn't wish it.
Right. No,
I
of
mean,
course not.
I got a brand new car, a Motability. That was taken away. The doctor said you don't drive.
Yeah.
And suddenly you're isolated. But I've got
Right.
a lovely young lady who comes to help and do shopping
Well,
for me.
that's very nice. Here, Sally, I've got to go, but...
No, no. I'm just
No.
saying how much I enjoy your programme.
well, that's
every
very nice of you to
weekend.
say so, Sally.
Okay.
Cheers, my
bye-bye.
dear.
Happy
Ta-da.
Christmas.
And, yeah, that's way too late for that. Wait, it's not even December yet. Don't say Happy Christmas yet. Not yet. Helen says, everything changes and evolves. 200 years ago, we didn't have high streets in the same way that we have now, or department stores, or credit cards, or paying by phone. You think? Deliveries by drone and robot cars are coming.
Correct.
If people don't buy from high streets, it's because they don't need them anymore, says Helen. Well, yeah. See, I don't think it's a good thing. I think that a town needs a centre. I mean, if we just didn't have any shops anymore and we did everything online, then where's the human interaction? There is no human interaction when you order stuff online. You're just clacking away on your computer, you're staring at a screen. Like people don't stare at screens enough anymore. You remember actually talking to human beings, don't you?
No.
When you go into a shop and you try stuff on, you have a chit-chat with the person behind the counter. And they tell you about what they're going to do at Christmas. You know, like people. But no, we're rapidly ridding ourselves of the human experience. And of course, this lockdown now has just exacerbated that problem. That's the issue that I've got with ordering everything online. I mean, it would be better for the benefit of the country and us personally if we ordered locally. I mean, your local store, that has been forced to close, for instance, may well do a delivery service. I mean, just try that instead of just going for the easy option. But we're hypnotised by convenience. Convenience and price is the only two things that really matter to us. Until we discover that something that we used to enjoy has gone, and then we search around for someone to blame for that absence, and the person to blame is ourselves for the choices that we make. I think we will miss the high street. We will miss a centre of the city. You know, you'd go and have a day out at the shops, and you'd sit and have a coffee, and you'd watch the people go by. But now there is no... There won't be any coffee shops, and there won't be any pubs to sit outside, and there won't be any restaurants to go to, and there won't be any shops to go to. And so all it will be is homeless people sleeping in doorways. That's what we're heading towards. I mean, in 50 years' time, you know, in the future, then all that might be fine. And everything will be delivered by robot, and we'll be used to that, and we'll find other ways to communicate with other human beings. But in the meantime, it's just going to become like some sort of horrible dystopia. Where are we going to get the contact with people? You won't get it through a computer screen. Believe me. Let's have Ranjit, Oldbury.
Hi, Nick. Yeah.
How you doing?
You know, I'm good. Yeah. You know what it is? You know, battery farm hens?
Yes.
That's what we're going to become like. I'm sorry, but that's what I can see it happening. Yeah.
Well, I can go one louder than that. You know the film Matrix? Spoiler alert.
Warning, warning.
We're all going to be hooked up to the national grid and used as batteries.
Yeah, I've not actually watched any of the Matrix, but you know, you're going on about the high street and all this, yeah. It's a terrible indictment of what people are doing. You know, it's like asking turkeys to vote for Christmas, yeah. These people are destroying themselves. You know, all these companies that deliver to your house, yeah, they're all based offshore. And I'm going to say they're raping this country because they're taking all the profits out. I run a fish and chip shop in the West Midlands, and yeah, most people, you know, you've had a few people mentioning those. Most of us are all independent. Yeah.
So, can you open a fish shop?
Yeah, we can open the fish shop. Yeah,
can you?
But we got to keep social distancing, and there's a lot of restrictions.
Because I thought the restriction was that you can order by phone and on the internet, but not in person. So you're allowed people in the shop, are you?
No, we've allowed people in the shop, but they're going to be socially distanced, a metre apart. Yeah, we've got quite a large shop. Nobody can eat in, but I'm going to take away only. Right.
So now, what's top of the menu?
Mini fish and chips.
Yeah, but what kind of fish?
Cod.
It's always cod.
In the West Midlands, it's cod. Yeah, right. But there's seasonal variations.
We only like fish that doesn't taste of anything in this country, don't we?
yeah. If you can taste the fish, it's probably gone off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But anyway, you know these people who are ordering a cup of coffee, yeah, which you can make at home for 4 or 5 pence.
Yes.
You know, some of these people are paying £3 to have it delivered to their house.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane. They're having coffee delivered? That's ridiculous.
You know these fads that people go through, yeah? These people are drumming it into our heads, yeah? This is what you need to do. This is the new way forward. You know, a few years ago, everybody was walking around with yo-yos, and then everybody's walking around, yeah.
That's a long time, longer than 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yo-yos.
Yeah. So all these people, you know, like how Donald Trump says, I love the uneducated. Yeah. Slowly but surely, they're making more and more people very uneducated and making them more like sheep. Yeah. Now, for example,
well, I think that social media is doing that. I think that social media is encouraging us to be ill-educated because it just keeps reaffirming the misconceptions that we already hold.
Yeah, you've had a few people texting that you're a lefty. Yeah, people say to me, "I'm a lefty." Yeah, but I'm a realistic person. I understand what's going on. Yeah, so if you're going to take a 5 minutes walk to my chip shop, yeah, and pay £10 for some food.
How much?
What? Just £10, just a round figure. Why would you want to pay 15 to have it delivered to your house? Right? And that other £5 is not going in my pocket. It's going into these companies that are based overseas. Yeah? And then you're wondering, why is all the money leaking out of this country? I mean, I suggested to a lot of people, there should be a sales tax on these people. The high streets are dying. I mean, years ago, I used to be a market trader. When all these big superstores opened, the market's finished. Yeah? And now, like they were taking all the call centres abroad. There's people working from home now, yeah?
I mean, it's not true that people don't they're not interested in the high street anymore. I mean, there are high streets that are that are blossoming. I mean, there's landlords with an open mind and a plan. In some streets, you can see that they have determined that only people with a certain profile will be allowed to open a store. People who are independent and they're doing something interesting and it's craft based and all that. There's one in the centre of London, right by Covent Garden. It's one shop after the next. It's really interesting. Whereas before it would, and you go down the next road and it's all chains. Very, very boring, and it's the same shop in London as it is in Sheffield, as it is in Paris, and it's just the same over and over and over. But that's what people actually like, is something that's different and local and interesting. But there's no chance for that to exist anymore if everybody just sits at home and orders stuff they don't need and buys it with money they haven't got on a company that doesn't actually exist for legal reasons.
I totally agree with you, right? But the thing is, people say you're living in rose-tinted glasses. You know what it was? Before, there was opening card shops and charity shops just to keep the shops full.
Yeah.
And now what they're doing is putting boards up, and painting them to make them look like a shop.
That's right, yes.
Right? You know what I mean?
They do that,
they do. I mean, I was involved with a trade association, right? And the thing is, I mean, it's like if you go to a high street and they're all takeaways, in the daytime all the shutters are down, and then people think, oh, I'm not going to bother going down there.
Yes.
It's going to be shut, and it's a spiral downwards.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, like when I go to the bank, they said, why don't you do internet banking? And I just turn around and I say, do turkeys both for Christmas?
Well, I have to say that internet banking is way better than queuing to go to talk to somebody over a counter. I don't miss paying stuff with buying things with checks at all. So I'm all for internet banking. Absolutely. Here, Ranjit, I've got to go. But everything is going extremely well for Donald Trump.
Don't be rude.
His lawsuit in Pennsylvania. Really tremendous lawsuit in Pennsylvania has just been chucked out. This was the response from the judge in Pennsylvania to the Trump lawsuit. One might expect that when seeking such a startling outcome of the sheer volume of votes being asked to be invalidated, that a plaintiff would come formidably armed with compelling legal arguments and factual proof of rampant corruption. That has not happened, said the judge. Instead, this court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unpled in the operative complaint and unsupported by evidence. Wow, there's some very complicated legalese in there. But basically, it's you lose, Donny.
Oh, shut up!
You are a loser. They recounted and you re-lost. But, try again, because this is getting funny. Also a little bit scary, but, mostly funny. So there was this article in the Mail about where we're at with the hospitals and how we're being overrun by COVID cases and deaths. And it appears as though what we've been told is not necessarily what's actually happening. In a July report commissioned by the scientific advisors Sir Patrick Vallance, scientists estimated that there would be 119,000 deaths if a second spike coincided with a peak of winter flu. Yesterday, that figure stood at 54,000, less than half that. In fact, the second peak seems to have passed. Over the past week, there's been an average of 22,000 new infections a day. That's not deaths, that's infections, down from 24,000 the week before. Similarly, its warnings on deaths don't bear any relation to reality. During the what was called the Halloween Horror Show press conference, used by Sir Patrick and the Chief Medical Officer Chris Whitty, one of their slides suggested that daily COVID-19 deaths could reach 4,000 a day. With 10 days to go, we're still less than 15% of that figure. They're just way out. And contrary to what the government experts would have you think, says Ross Clark in the Mail, last month they published a chart that gave the impression that hospitals were close to overflowing. At least half did not have a single COVID-19 patient. Currently, only 13% of NHS beds are occupied by patients with COVID-19. 13%. The number of NHS England beds currently occupied is lower than last year's average. On November the 5th, the most recent date available, there were actually 1,293 fewer patients in hospital beds than last year's November average. Which is not what you have been led to believe, really, is it? The stories of hospitals being overrun. There's fewer people in hospital than there was last year. Only 31% of ICU beds are currently occupied by patients with COVID, apparently. And the victims of COVID are overwhelmingly the elderly and those with pre-existing conditions. Of the COVID deaths recorded by NHS England up to November the 18th, 53.7% were people aged over 80. In comparison, there have been just 275 deaths, 0.7% of the total in people under 40. 0.7%. And those that have died from COVID are overwhelmingly likely to have suffered from a pre-existing condition. Debilitating diseases. And the number of COVID-19 deaths is significantly lower than at the peak in April. And deaths overall are not far above average for this time of year. When you start looking into the actual figures, it really bears no relation to the horror show that we're being delivered by the government on a daily basis. I mean, maybe they're privy to information that we don't know anything about, but as for being hospitals overrun, unless this guy is completely wrong and they haven't retracted any of this, and as for the much vaunted mass testing, the government's put a lot of faith in Operation Moonshot. It's planned to test the entire population once a week using lateral flow tests, a type of test that gives the result in an hour. Well, they're fast, but apparently they're not very reliable. According to a recent study by the University of Oxford and Public Health England's Porton Down Laboratory, this lateral flow test being used in the pilot scheme across Liverpool succeeded in detecting COVID-19 in 79% of cases. Even when performed by laboratory staff. When it's used by dopes like us, which is what they're expecting to do, it'll be, given to the public and we'll test ourselves, then the accuracy falls to 58%. And there were also false positives. 0.32% of people given the tests were falsely told that they had the virus. Now, that might not sound very much, but if the entire population were obliged to take the tests, 0.32% means 200,000 people would be ordered to self-isolate when they don't actually have the disease. I thought it was a really alarming article. I mean, I've shortened it considerably for you because there's a lot of numbers in there, but overall, the conclusion that he reaches is that the apocalyptic warnings coming from Huey and Dewey, who do those the stage show with the graphs, well, it doesn't actually seem that bad when you look into the statistics. But, numbers are really, really dull. Last time I walked down a high street, all I could smell was cannabis. Well, I've never smelt that down a high street. Where do you live, Nina? Were you smoking at the time?
Want to score some pot?
This one says it's all class-based. Royal Tunbridge Wells has a great independent high street. Bradford has bookies and vape shops. I didn't know that. Royal Tunbridge Wells. Doesn't that sound a delight? Bradford, on the other hand. Lorraine in Birmingham says, LBC High Nick, LBC. As there's been so many blatant lies and exaggerations by the government and scientists, makes me wonder what's really going on. What will people in 100 years think of life now? Well, does anybody actually believe that we'll all be still alive in 100 years?
No.
Wouldn't think so. I'm not holding out hope for the human race. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello there, Nick.
Hello there, John.
Yeah. First thing is, Trump's a great guy.
Yeah,
I love how he's gone quiet now and everything.
Yeah, he's retreated to his bunker. That always works well for autocrats. Yeah.
No, about the pandemic. I mean, I think it's shocking how protest is being crushed. Like in your news, there's this thing about a small protest in Merseyside, and I think they're saying 13 people have been detained and whatever. And I think it's just shocking how that sort of thing is being crushed with this sort of thing and £10,000 fines. And, 'cause it's like the cornerstone of everything, the democracy, of holding people to account, holding government to account.
It's pretty alarming. I have to admit that it is concerning to me, because when a government takes freedoms away under the guise of an emergency, they are loath to return those freedoms to the people.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's just terrible. I mean, because obviously I probably wouldn't go protesting. They're one-off protests. I would guess most of them are trying to be sort of responsible about distancing. I guess don't know, but it sounds like it's a small protest, and I just think it's terrible. But the other thing is, hearing in your news, the police have put out a statement that it's a serious risk to health, which I think is just some sort of exaggerated comment to justify what's going on.
Well, it depends on how old you are and whether you are in bad health in the first place.
Yeah.
95.6% of the total of the people who have died from coronavirus had at least one pre-existing serious medical condition. 95.6%.
Yeah.
In other words, if you've got a pre-existing serious medical condition, then it implies to me that you were about to die anyway.
Yeah. Also, you said about the facts. You said about the you were something about the hospitals and that some of them didn't have patients or something. And I think there's also this thing about whether we're getting misleading information about it, whether it's exaggerated, whether it's
I think it's cherry-picked. Yeah, I think the information is cherry-picked. I mean, if it is true that the number of NHS England hospital beds currently occupied is lower than they were at this time last year, which is not the first time that I've read that statistic, then that does put questions into my mind about what it is that we're being told.
Yeah, it's all very controlled, but, I don't know. How do you get to the bottom of this? Maybe years later we will do, and there'll be an investigation.
Oh, there'll be an investigation, John. Don't you worry about that. I'll preempt that investigation by telling you that the result will be that lessons must be learned.
Yeah.
And then nothing to see here, please move along. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, John. Nobody takes responsibility. Nobody will be held to account. That's the way of the world these days. They can do, and it's not that they don't learn their lesson. They have learned their lesson. Just like the bankers learned their lesson from the financial crash, and the lesson was they can get away with anything they like. That's the lesson that they learned. Oh, you commission an inquiry, which means that for 3 years you are allowed to dodge any questions about that subject because you don't want to preempt the conclusions of the inquiry. So you just get to shrug them off. And then when the inquiry does produce its results, then you can sit on it for 12 months and then release it on Friday night at 10 in the evening on the day before you break for summer recess, which says that lessons must be learned. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Tell tweets, a £30,000 mortgage in 1958 would be £700,000 today. Someone's doing well, says Tell, about a caller that I had some while ago. Gloria says, why can't the people in government be straight, talking with common sense like yourself? Do I talk common sense?
No.
Not really. Talk common sense like yourself instead of the lying, inept lot that this country seems to put up with. Yeah. We are putting up with them. And I think that some people are actually are enjoying it. We've got to the point that people are like a government that upsets the other half of the country that they don't agree with. And if they do that, then that's all they care about. It's particularly noticeable in America. But, you know, what happens in America happens here a short while later. It used to happen here 6 months later. But now with, the internet, everything is much, much quicker. So it's a couple of minutes. A couple of 3 minutes. Have you seen the internet?
Disgusting.
James says, if you want human interaction, you can talk to the delivery drivers. No, you can't. They don't even stick around anymore. They just put it outside your front door, they knock on your door, and then they disappear. They're up the garden path before you can answer the doorbell. Plus, very rarely we speak the same language. So there's that. Let's have Dartford. Hello, Francis.
Oh, good morning. I didn't think I'd be on so quick. I thought there'd be a queue for you tonight.
Francis, straight to the front of the queue.
My goodness. Thanks to the young Joe, producer.
Yes.
Oh, you say that very curtly.
No. Yeah, we appreciate it, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for letting me on, Joe. What was I going to say? I was going to talk about Trump.
Oh, God.
Him. I feel sorry for him. I mean, he did try hard.
Please, come off it. You feel
He
sorry
tried
for him? What do you feel sorry about?
Because he was unique in that he wasn't a politician. He was a businessman.
He's a worst businessman ever.
Well, I think he was spoiled by his daddy, really.
You can say that
money.
again, yes. He's just a giant baby whiner.
I'm a whiner and I keep whining and whining.
Yeah.
Bless him. I think they should use him though for economy or something in the White House if they let him back in again.
What,
in the Senate.
Be in charge of the economy?
Yeah, something like that.
A man who couldn't even run a casino.
Well, I don't know about that. His business things. I know he was on TV, wasn't he?
Yes, he played a businessman on television. That's why people think that he's a good businessman, because he played one on television. He's actually an abysmal businessman.
But you can't play at politics. I mean, come off. It's leading countries, and we don't want another Twin Towers and things. We need a statesman.
We don't want another Twin Towers. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, he says things that can incite.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, he was only just persuaded by the skin of our teeth not to bomb Iran.
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah. He's going to do something. Yeah, absolutely. He's going to do something before he leaves.
Sorry?
He will be. I'm expecting World War III before he leaves. Before he's dragged out kicking and screaming on January the whatever it was, the 20th, something like that. They're going to have to use pliers to get his fingernails out of the woodwork to just drag him out of that office. He's going to do something. I'm expecting World War III, something like that. He's going to bomb China, something like that. That show's not over, not by a long chalk, I betcha. Anne in Hampshire says, have we done you, Francis?
I don't know. I'm willing to talk all night if you wish. I kissed the Blarney Stone. Good night.
You kissed the Blarney Stone?
I did,
Was
yes.
that wise?
I'm very wise. You get a gift of the gab.
Yeah, well, you
Have
probably
you kissed it?
you'd probably get herpes.
You would now.
Why would you touch that thing with your lips?
Why?
Millions of people have slathered their germs all over that
Yeah,
thing.
but it's cleaned after whoever. It's like receiving the chalice when you go to church.
They
It's
clean
like-
it?
It's cleaned, yes.
Really? With what?
A cloth or whatever.
Cleaned with a floss?
A cloth.
Oh, a
C-L-O-T-H.
cloth, right. Who cleans it?
The person who's serving.
You're making it up.
No, I'm not. Have
Okay,
you been
then.
to church?
They kiss the
Are you a
Blarney...
pagan?
Right, kiss the Blarney stone.
Yes. Have you kissed it, I said?
I most certainly have not. No. I would advise against it. Don't pucker up and clean anything that hasn't had a sanitary gel squirted all over it. And I include people in that. All right, thanks a lot, Francis. I think we actually have done now. We're done now. Anne in Hampshire says, "Oh, come on, Nick, we're not still in the 1950s. Interaction in shops, dream on. Nowadays you just get bored assistants looking at their phones and yawning. No fun in that. Online is a great way to shop," says Anne. No, I completely disagree. Well, you get no interaction with the actual thing that you're buying. You can't touch it, you can't squeeze it, you can't sniff it, and you're certainly not allowed to lick it. It just takes away the whole... I don't know, shopping online is just... I get that it's easy, but there's just something a bit evil and addictive about it. Like much of everything else on the internet, there's something evil and addictive about it. It's all the bings and the bongs. Every time a message comes through, your phone goes, and all of that. I just think it's... And it makes people's brains spangle. It's like heroin. So I'm told. Alan in Manchester says, I could do with a couple of pints of heroin right now, as a matter of fact. Should we go for some? We're going to get some for in the break. I want an umbrella in mine. Alan in Manchester says, Droylsden is a ghost town. And you say by local, it's a disgrace. What's a disgrace? Droylsden? Or me saying buy local? That's very confusing. What does that mean? And neither, by the way, do I believe that there is a place called Droylsden. So I've got detailed files about our excellent new Royal Navy. Oh, it'll be fantastic. Probably won't float, but we're going to give it a go. I'll come to that in just a minute. Meanwhile, here's a call in Bracknell. Hello, Dave.
Hi. I wanted to talk about the news that the government are being sued because they've been appointing high-level people to jobs without advertising the posts. I think that's been... And I've got an unusual point of view on that, in that I think we should just admit that we live in a democracy, and you should... because I've had my time wasted so many times by going to interviews where they'd obviously got someone else in mind, and I've heard it said at various places I've worked that we had to advertise this job.
Yes.
Because it's a public sector. I think it only applies to the public sector, but we had to advertise the job, but really we want so-and-so to have the job, you know. But we've got to advertise. So everyone's time's wasted, and we should just say, well, look, there's nothing, give it to someone in the company first. If you can't find anyone who you want to give it to in the company first, then advertise. But don't waste everyone's time with this, going through this charade,
Yes. Well, I mean, it would be good if people had just got appointed on their ability rather than who they happen to be related to.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, that wouldn't go amiss because we've just had... we just got this jiu-jitsu scandal going... been going on in Bracknell where,
Well, I don't know anything about that, so let's not stray into that territory.
No, I'm not saying anyone has been appointed. I'm just saying, we could do with people who really know the job rather than,
people who happen to be the wives of people that you are closely associated with. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And apart from that, but the only thing I would like to add on a slightly different subject is that I believe they class, because I used to work in this area, I believe they class diabetes as a serious condition. So a lot of people have got diabetes under control. So you can't always say, because they've got a serious condition, that applies to a lot of people who have diabetes under control.
Right. Okay, well, I don't know whether it means that they had diabetes that was not under control, or which form of diabetes they had.
No,
or
I assume they mean
so
it was. They're saying it's under medication. They probably put that down as a coexisting condition.
Right.
So it would be probably under control normally.
Well, all the statistics seem properly weird, because whenever they say that there's been just so many deaths due to COVID on the news, they always put underneath it these people who have been tested and found positive within the last month, something like that, which implies that they didn't actually die of COVID necessarily, but they died of something, and they happen to also have been tested and found positive within the last month. So that number would also include people who just walked out of the hospital having had a positive test and got run over by a bus. So that seems to be inflating the figures to me. I mean, how can it not be? They either died of COVID or they died of all causes while having had a positive test within the last month. So they flash the big number at you, and then the small print under it is rather suggests that the big number ain't necessarily so. But the statistic that came out of in a sort of flurry of stats in the Mail the other day, who were looking into hospital bed occupancy and so on, and it appears that there's fewer people in hospital beds in the NHS, certainly in England, than there was this time last year. Fewer people in intensive care unit beds than the 5-year average. This thing about the hospitals being completely overrun is not actually being borne out in the real world. I mean, it looks good on a graph. On a graph, it looks absolutely terrifying. But in an actual hospital, then that's not really the picture that they're painting. And that 95.6% of the total who have died from coronavirus have at least one pre-existing serious medical condition. And something towards 60% were over 80. I mean, I think the average age expectancy in this country is less than that, isn't it? I don't think it's up to 80 yet, is it? So in other words, they would have expected not to be alive that long anyway. It just seems, I've said this before, it seems to me it's the biggest overreaction to anything in history. I mean, I started out with the stories about how many businesses are going bust. A third of restaurants and hotels won't reopen, is the estimate from the trade body. A third! My God, that's absolutely catastrophic. It is. I think that future historians will look back at this point with their mouths open and think, what the hell were they thinking? It is the biggest overreaction to anything in history. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not serious, but it's just that our reaction to the virus is worse than the virus itself. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct me. This is that story, by the way, that chap was talking about. This is in The Guardian. Well, it'd be The Observer, I suppose. Headline: Boris Johnson acted illegally, and that acted illegally is in quotes, over jobs for top anti-COVID staff. None of this is going to come as a surprise. Boris Johnson and his Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, acted unlawfully when appointing 3 key figures, including the head of NHS Test and Trace. Well, you know what? It's not NHS Test and Trace. Why do they keep saying that? It's Serco Test and Trace, isn't it? That really rubs me up the wrong way. They keep saying that, like it's the NHS's fault. Including the head of Test and Trace, Dido Harding, when they appointed 3 key figures, including Dido Harding, to posts in the fight against COVID-19. This is according to a legal challenge submitted by campaigners to the High Court. I was hoping that people are going to be across this, and this is just the thin end of it. I mean, I'd like to know where the billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of pounds are gone. Wouldn't you? The Observer has seen details of documents from those pursuing the case and initial responses from government lawyers relating to the call for a judicial review into the appointment of Baroness Harding, who was a Tory peer, and into those of Kate Bingham to the post of the head of the UK's Vaccine Task Force, and Mike Coop to the role of Director of Testing at Test and Trace. The case has been lodged jointly by the not-for-profit Good Law Project, headed by Jolyon Morm QC, and the UK's leading race equality think tank, the Runnymede Trust. If it is successful, it would represent a further serious blow to the credibility of the government's handling of the pandemic and support claims that ministers have been running a chumocracy. A chumocracy, Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yes. Of course, this is one of those cases where the government can use our money to beat us to death with. You can't win, really, because they have an unlimited amount of our money to defend themselves from us. It's like trying to take your local council to court. They don't care. It's not their money. It's your money that they're using to fight you with. It's like being a kid in a playground and somebody's got hold of your arm and they're forcing you to hit yourself in your own face. Why are you hitting yourself? It's a bit like that. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Awful. So anyway, we're gearing up to go to war, and Boris Johnson has a plan. It's a ridiculous plan, and it's going to cost an enormous amount of money. But I'll come to that in just a bit. Here's a call in Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, okay, Nick.
Yes, okay, Brian. Yes, I'm fine, thanks. So how are you?
Yeah. I think we're on about the virus.
How are you?
I'm okay, mate.
Great.
How's yourself? Okay.
Yes.
I have nearly left a fortnight packed in smoking, Nick.
You packed in smoking? What do you want to do that for?
After 54 years
wow.
of heavy smoking, I've lost a fortnight nearly, so I tell you what, my voice sounds a lot clearer through it, so...
Not really.
Yeah, well, it is better than what it was, Nick, you know.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think it is anyway.
Don't you crave a ciggy?
It's my throat, you know, and I think it's a bit better.
Don't you crave a ciggy? What do you want to give up smoking now for at your advanced age?
I tell you what, I'm doing great. I think the nicotine's out of my system. I've packed in before for 3 months, 5 weeks, 3 weeks, and I went back to them. So I could still go back to them, Nick.
Yes.
But this time I feel as strong as ever about it. You know, that I might do it. So we'll see how it goes. I'll keep informed about that, Nick, anyway.
Oh, I can't wait to get an update, mate.
That's if I don't snuff it through them, you know what I mean?
Yes. That's right.
But we're on about the demise of pubs.
Yeah.
And the high street and all
Shocking.
that. But don't you think this virus has just quickened that up, really? Don't you think that the demise of them had happened way before the virus?
I think the virus has fast-forwarded everything that was probably going to happen over the next 10 or 20 years, like working at home and all of that stuff, which would have been okay if it had happened slowly. We'd have been able to, to adapt to it. But happening all at once, it's going to be a catastrophe.
Yeah, and hopefully now, this inoculation, they've got it now, they're going to start inoculating people, against the virus in a month or so, a couple of weeks or a month.
Well, so they say.
And let's hope it beats it, because we're complaining now. I know you've been complaining. We've got to learn to live with it, Nick. You've been saying that for a while, haven't you? But don't forget, why they might be going down this path is they're covering the backs. I mean, I agree with you about in America about Trump. I think he's a nutcase. It's turned out he's a nutcase. You know what I mean? But you've got to give him. It probably cost him another 4-year term, because he said the same as you. You've got to learn to live with this virus. He said that, didn't he? That's the only thing. you agreed with him
Did he?
there.
I
But
don't.
it's costing me. Yeah,
I don't recall him saying that.
Oh yeah. He's been saying keep America open.
Yeah. Well, you know why he
with
said
it.
that?
Yeah.
It's because his business is in hospitality. His
course,
hotels. So when hotels are shut, he ain't making no money no more.
No. But come on, you were saying the same thing. So you know what I mean. And you haven't got things like that. So you can't just say that. I mean, there's a lot of people in this country, other experts saying we're going down the wrong path as well. Same as you.
Yeah.
I agree with you actually on this.
What?
I think we should be learning to live with it a little bit more.
It's the same there's so many things that are more dangerous that we do live with, like tobacco, for instance.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I think tobacco has killed 100 million people worldwide, and yet it's still available where you can buy comics.
Yeah. But I think, actually, this Brexit thing, when it happens, I think all this leading up to it, when Brexit does finally happen, I think that we're going to be looking into things to see, we're going to need to change things the way things are going. And I think we have to be a sovereign country to do that, Nick. I know you don't agree with that.
You're deliberately trying to wind me up now, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
You buttered me up with agreeing with me right at the begining now, and now comes the hammer. Yes, here we go.
No, but when you have a talk on a radio show like this, Nick,
yes,
you've got to have disagreements. What I don't like about your show, lot, is do you want me telling you this? You have too many people. You have too many people on who agree with it.
That's because I talk a lot of sense.
Well, you haven't done a Brexit. You've talked a lot of rubbish.
No,
I mean,
I think you'll find that I am completely correct in every respect.
You will find out that in January the 1st, that we will get a good deal. In the end, we will get a good deal, and if they don't offer us a good deal, we'll have a no deal, which we'll get away with that as well.
Well, it won't kill us, but we won't be as well off as we would have been. Neither are we as well off as we would have been had we not gone through this catastrophic clown show of Brexitopia.
I'll tell you why we were better off, shall I? We've just paid for 2019. It was 15 billion, but after
it doesn't matter what figures you throw at me. It's being in a club, Brian. You get more from being in a club than the dues.
No, we don't.
Cost you. Of course we do.
No, we don't. I'll tell you why, shall I? If you give me just a minute, we just sent a cheque to them for 2019 of 10.6 billion, right? And your argument is that we get 10 times more than that back.
About that, yeah.
For being in the club,
yeah.
But how can you say that if you can't gauge it against anything else? Because we've been in 40-odd years, and you'll only be able to gauge it when we've left for a couple of years, and you see how much we're making by not paying the 10 billion. Do you understand?
No.
So it doesn't hold water what you're saying, Nick. Does it really?
Well then neither does anything that you're saying.
But you make this point all the time.
I mean,
you can't.
Yeah, but if you're making the point that I can't tell because there isn't another exact country like ours that happened to be outside of the EU all of these years that we can compare ourselves with, then neither can you make any of the points that you're making.
But I've said in 2 years we're going to find 2 or 5 years. If we start doing our own trade deals.
But even then you won't be able to tell, Brian, because there won't be another exact country like ours that stayed in while we were out.
Yes, but we just got a trade deal with Canada. There's good signs.
No, we did not get a trade. We did not get a. No, we did not get a trade. No, we did not get a trade deal with Canada.
But in all the news, we have.
We had an agreement to carry on as we were.
Yeah.
We've shot ourselves in the foot for the exact same thing we had before.
Japan is an enhanced one. Japan.
Oh, Japan, would you do me a favour? Japan. Do you know anything about the deal that we got with Japan? Because I do. Right.
Well, go on then.
All right. You tell me what you know about Japan.
We got the same deal as the EU, plus, but it's enhanced that we have enhanced on that by about a billion or two. It's better. It's actually better than the EU's deal.
Oh.
The EU are complaining about
what are you talking about? This is just desperate from you, Brian. And I know that you called up. I know you called up just to wind me up because that's what you do.
No.
You
it's
don't
not
have
wound
anything
up.
left in life after you've given up cigarettes.
The thing is, Nick, we're going to soon find out, aren't we, either way, who's right or wrong.
Right.
I
Liz
think
Truss has been accused of misleading MPs and the public over her Japan trade deal because all the tariff wins are for goods that the UK does not export to Japan anyway. Just 10 of the 9,444 products will enjoy lower taxes. 10 out of 9,444. A list of obscure items such as birds' eggs, raw hides, fur skins and handbags. And ultra-strong spirits of at least 90% alcohol. Maybe that's what you've been drinking, Brian.
I tell you what, I bet they give us a good deal, Nick.
Who? Japan?
I bet they give us a good deal.
This
No,
is the
EU.
This is Japan. The EU. The EU will give us a deal like a parent in a supermarket whose child has fallen to the floor and is screaming.
Yeah, and I tell you
They'll
what,
just give us. They'll just give us whatever we want, just to shut us up.
So that means if they don't give us what we want, they're in trouble, aren't they?
No, they're not in trouble. We're in trouble. This flag waving nonsense about them needing us more than we need them is just that nonsense.
They've got no fish.
Fish.
No fish.
Oh my God!
They've
Will you people stop going on about the blooming fish?
Hang on, they've got no 10.6 billion.
Yeah.
And they probably won't get the 39 billion that we were going to give them to give us a trade deal.
Yeah, sure. Right.
Nearly 40 billion.
Okay. Anything you say, Brian?
The thing is, they're going to give us a deal, aren't they?
Yes,
They
of
can't
course
do
they will,
anything else.
because they're not stupid. It would be better for them to get a deal. It's vital for us to get a deal, because the one that we were hoping to get from the Orange Nightmare in the White House isn't going to happen anymore.
I'll say one thing before I go, shall I? If we don't get sovereignty back, we'll have no deal.
Sovereignty. This country is being run by Boris Johnson's girlfriend at the moment. What are you talking about?
Why don't you want to have sovereignty for this country, Nick?
Sovereignty. What does that even mean?
It means we get our own waters back. We
Our own waters. Oh, for crying out loud! Just because a fish happens to swim through our waters doesn't make it ours.
Why should we have a law of justice over there telling us what to do with our laws?
Do you feel that you have any control over the laws of this country? Do you think that the people in this country have we have zero control? We're being fined. We can complain, but we'll be fined if we do.
Yeah, we won't vote them in next time, will we, if they don't listen to us? You know?
Yeah, so in the meantime, they can do anything they want for the next 5 years. Anyway, Brian, please, I'm begging you, take up cigarettes again for the benefit of my health. Give yourselves a hobby. Is that Japan deal? I got to go, Brian, because, mostly I've just got to go. 10 out of the 9,444 products that we trade with Japan will enjoy lower taxes. This is this tremendous deal that we just got with Japan. 10 products. A list of obscure items such as birds' eggs, raw hides, fur skins, handbags, and ultra-strong spirits of at least 90% alcohol. Crucially, none of the 10 that we have a lower tax on, that we've just negotiated, none of the 10 have been sold to Japan for at least 3 years. Which means the gain to British exporters from this tremendous deal that we have just signed with Japan is zero. No gain. Yet Liz Truss has claimed the historic Japan deal has achieved strong tariff reductions on key agricultural products like pork, beef and salmon that will benefit farmers and food exporters. That's what she said. That's what she said. The reality is that the UK has been sailing into the wind throughout the negotiations to get back to its starting point, said Professor Alan Winters, Director of the UK Trade Policy Observatory at the University of Sussex. This is the reality of Brexit. We're desperately trying to swim against the tide to get back to where we started from before we started this Brexitopia nonsense. The Trade Secretary has also claimed that she had achieved cutting-edge digital and data provisions that would deliver an economic boost through the free flow of data with Japan. However, the UK Trade Policy Observatory concluded that the benefits for services are limited to some progress towards simplifying rules and regulatory cooperation for e-commerce and the City of London. The changes were very minor. in comparison with the existing deal that the UK enjoyed with Japan through EU membership, which is being lost because of Brexit. Liz Truss also claimed a boost to trade with Japan worth $15.7 billion over the next 15 years, but that's in comparison with no deal, not with the EU deal, which is misinformation on her part. A boost to trade with Japan worth $15.7 billion, she said, but that's in comparison with no deal, not the deal that we already had by being in the EU. The government then acknowledged that 83% of those gains would go to Japanese exporters, 17% to the UK's. Does that sound like a good deal?
No.
They get 83% of the gains in Japan. We get 17%. Furthermore, GDP boost, gross domestic product, will be, get ready, this is going to be the benefit of that great deal that we just signed with Japan. Boost to gross domestic product will be 0.07%, a fraction of the expected loss of between 5 and 8% from Britain leaving the EU customs union and single market. We're going to lose between 5 and 8%. 0345, and to get back to where we started has only cost us billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of pounds, and it's about to turn the entirety of Kent into a toilet. But apart from that, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
This text says fish. We've sacrificed the ability to actually sell fish to a market where people actually eat our fish for the right to catch more of them. Yes. Well, the whole world's gone insane. That's right, the fish that we catch around these parts isn't to our taste, because it, tastes of something. We prefer fish that doesn't taste of anything, which we can't catch around these waters. Icelandic cod is what we like, because it tastes of nothing. You can catch little cod around, I think, in the English Channel, but you can't really do much with it. Anybody want a tiddler?
No.
Mark from Epsom tweets, "You've hit the nail on the head. It weren't me. I ain't done nothing." He says, "The internet is evil and addictive. Now, if you don't mind, I have to go and stare at my notifications on Twitter for 4 hours until I pass out." Yeah, don't do it, Mark. Once you start looking at that stuff, it does affect your brain like a drug. It does make your brain go spangles, particularly late at night. Just turn the computer off and step away from the keyboard. Chris says, "I agree, Trump is likely to start a world war. What's even more terrifying is his base would still back him, even if he dropped the big one on Beijing. Well, at least for 20 minutes before they get vaporized by China." China. Yeah, they'd love that, actually. Mostly because it would upset the libtards. They would absolutely love him to pull on a military uniform. That would, oh my God, the ecstasy that would come from that. You'd be able to see it from space. It would be so thick you'd be able to swim in it. Let's have Keynsham. Kim.
Hello, Nick.
Kim.
I just love your show.
Oh, thanks, Kim.
I can't believe that you get that upset with Brian. I'm sure deep down inside you are just laughing with absolute raucous laughter when he comes on the phone.
He's a wind-up merchant.
Go on for so long,
He's a wind-up merchant. That's all. He just likes an argument.
I know, but it just makes me roar with laughter when I hear him. It's like one of those things where you say, kind and gentle and nice as I am, I'm not laughing with you, Brian. I'm laughing at you, mate, because you just...
Having a conversation with Brian is like going on a roller coaster. It starts where you start ratcheting up and up and up, and you go up and up and up, and you think, well, it's all about to go hairy in a minute.
I know.
All bets are off in a minute. It starts ooh and ah, and then comes the screaming.
I know, but he makes me laugh. He does make me laugh when he's on with you. Anyway, I called him because you were earlier you were speaking about the numbers of people in hospitals being down on last year, and my husband, unfortunately, was just taken into hospital today, and he noticed that, I've been obviously speaking with him, and he said that, and I don't know, this is obviously just generalising, but he noticed that the wards have actually got bigger spaces between the beds. So I would assume that if other hospitals are doing the same thing, there are less beds on the wards. And therefore, if there are less beds, there are less people in the hospitals. And that could be one of the reasons why.
Well, it could be, yes. But one of the things that they have done is repurpose beds that would have been used by people who have elective surgery and so on, which they've cancelled. So they've repurposed beds in other wards for, ICU and all of that sort of thing, because there's fewer people in hospitals for other things. So I think that the number of beds may be the same.
Well, that's what I would have thought as well. But these were just two. He's been on 2 wards today, and both of them were just general wards, even though he's going through chemotherapy. And both of them were just ordinary wards that both with spaced out beds now.
But they do ordinarily have spaced out beds. I mean, there's a good 6 foot or more between beds in hospitals, isn't there?
Yeah, and now they're even more.
Right.
They've spaced them out even more. And the other thing I was going to say is that annoys the absolute nonsense out of me. You were talking about the little thing underneath when they talk about the COVID deaths, and they say that this is the number of people that have died within the last 28 days. That is actually a whole load of cobblers, because it is speaking about people that have died. So from the time that they've started their COVID and have died in a 28-day period.
Right.
So thinking
of all causes.
Of COVID.
No, I don't think that's what it is. I think that those figures are people that have died of all causes who have, in the past month, come up with a positive COVID test.
Right, okay, so it's all causes.
Yeah. Which makes that number meaningless. Exactly. It doesn't mean anything, but it looks frightening. Kim, I'm going to have to go, I'm afraid, because we're fresh out of time. But I wish your husband a speedy recovery, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim.